So you want me to tell you the story of my life?
Like I said, that's what I do. I interview people. I'm a collector of lives.
Welcome to Table Talk. I'm Heath, and I'll be your host. This is the show where I go one-on-one with a creator, author, illustrator, publisher, or other mover and shaker in the world of tabletop games, video games, TV, movies, or any other area of the geekverse.
You followed me here, didn't you?
Yeah, I suppose I did. You seem very interesting. This is where you live?
Yes, this is my home. Welcome.
So, what do you do?
I'm a vampire.
That's something I haven't heard before.
Guests have included individuals such as Lou Anders, the author of the Thrones and Bones fantasy novels, creator and publisher of the Norengard RPG, and even the author of Star Wars, A Pirate's Price.
Bond. James Bond.
Well, not James Bond. I haven't gotten to talk to him yet, but maybe sometime in the future. But how about Brian Colin, the creator of the vast, grim, dark horror RPG and sculptor of the world of Revelo monster busts? Mark Tassin, the creator of the world of Italtus, head of Mechanical Muse, and the head developer of the new Cool Name RPG. I've spoken with Jeff Engelstein, game designer and former commentator on the Dice Tower. He and I got deep into the statistics, probability, and psychological function of dice in tabletop games. Jamie Stegmaier, the founder of Stonemaier Games and crowdfunder extraordinaire. He's published many hit board games like Scythe and Wingspan. I've spoken with Sydney Engelstein from Indie Boards and Cards to talk about what it really takes to publish a board game in today's environment and what it would take for you to get published if you were trying to get a publisher for your board game. I've spoken with Ajit George about game writing, education, and his contribution to Van Richter's Guide to Ravenloft and his development of the Journey Through the Radiant Citadel Dungeons & Dragons book. Let's see, who else have I spoken to?
I am Hela, Odin's firstborn, commander of the legions of Asgard, the rightful heir to the throne and the goddess of death.
Yes, I really appreciate her taking the time to speak with me. That was a great interview. I've also spoken with Cameron Pasha, a writer and novelist who's been working in Hollywood for over 20 years. His projects have included Emmy and Golden Globe nominated Sleeper Cell, Kings, Nikita, and Roswell, New Mexico. His analysis and commentary have been very popular on YouTube. I've gotten to speak with Paul Shadow, the former network executive who has made quite a splash here on YouTube with his reaction videos to current movies and films. He and I discussed the status of independent film and web productions online today. Brianna De Silva is a reoccurring guest on the show and a very popular one at that. She's an author and director, and she was also the co-writer of the Cultist comedy web show that's here on the channel. She and I regularly meet to study and analyze stories. I've also gotten to speak with of the Positive Fandom channel. She's an ally in our effort to be a positive and constructive force in the geekverse. Are you ready? Have you got your drink? Are you all settled in? You might want to buckle up because it could be a wild ride. We're about to explore the worlds of tabletop gaming, sci-fi, fantasy, and the geekverse through the eyes of those who are making things happen.
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger. Ready to move out.
It's time for Table Talk. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Table Talk. Welcome to the office. It is so great to have you here. I feel like it has been a long time since we have had a Table Talk. And, well, it's the summer and things kind of got off schedule. But, hey, here we are back again. And I would like to welcome Doug Burton back for the show. Welcome, Doug.
Hey, what's happening, everybody?
Hey, it is so great to have you here. So,
Thank you, Heath.
The plan is tonight to talk about Star Trek 4. If this is the first time joining one of these, Doug and I have been going through all the Star Trek movies because they are so important and influential on us. We started with Star Trek 1, the motion picture, and now here we are at Star Trek 4, and we have been taking a deep dive. Yeah, Sable says it's been like a month. It actually has been. I didn't realize it'd been so long.
And we have gone deep.
Yeah, we have gone deep. We have. So here we are back again. Let's see. We got Brett here. Welcome. Let's see. There, I meant to click. There we go. Brett, welcome. So Stray. Yep. We got Sable Phoenix says, yay for having Doug back on. Well, even the movie's kind of lame. Well, I guess we're going to talk about that. That's exactly where we're going. So Brett is here. James Bacon is right here. So we have got lots of people here joining us. We are here.
It's a great crew.
So we have the crew already right here, and this is going to be great. We were also saying, Doug, that we've got a lot more coming up. I'm kind of formatting kind of the morning show as well. So on Friday, is going to be joining me to talk about sex, sexuality, and the relationship between Barbie and Ken in the Barbie movie.
That's good stuff right there.
So that's going to be on Friday on the morning show, 9:30 a.m. But then we were just putting together this afternoon the next Tuesday show, which is going to be a week from tonight. And that one is going to be actually on the story structure of the Barbie movie. And why are we talking about that? It's because Cameron, who's been on the channel and is a friend of the channel and who Doug and I talk with quite a bit, has been extremely positive about that movie and has even said that he would use that movie as a teaching resource for screenwriting.
Yeah, he said he would teach it.
Yeah. So, yes, thank you. So that's the Positive Fandom channel right there. Thank you so much, Stray. That's channel. So please do follow her. She's an ally in all of that. But I had a rather negative opinion of the movie from the story structure. So I'm very interested to have that discussion. So Doug is going to be here next week and Cameron is going to be here next week to talk about that. And Brianna is going to be here. So we're going to have, it's not trifecta. What is it when you have four?
Quadfecta.
Quadfecta. I guess that's it. So we're going to have the quadfecta here next next Tuesday to talk about that. So that's going to be going on. Thank you so much for posting the Discord server. Stray, please do join us there. And then also, Stray also posted the cool name RPG link. Mark sent out a playtest version of the Cool Name RPG to all of the Kickstarter backers yesterday. I reached out to him today and I asked him if it would be okay if I do a show, a morning grind on the playtest release. He said I could. So maybe Thursday we're actually going to go over the Cool Name RPG that was on Kickstarter, and then we might have Mark on. Mark will come back to talk about it then. I know people have enjoyed having Mark on, and Mark has not been on in a while.
Very cool.
Yes. Okay. So Brent says the quartet of awesome. A quadratic equation. James says trifecta is trifecta, but four is superfecta, which is imprecise, but there it is. All right. We'll take that.
I believe him.
Doug, do you want to introduce yourself for those who might not know who you are?
Yes. My name is Doug Burton, and I have loved movies my whole life. Like Heath, I've grown up on them. I think like a lot in the chat. These movies really left an impression on me and made me want to be a writer and a filmmaker, actually, for the longest time. And I wrote a book that came out in 2020. It was a historical fiction book about Byzantine Empress Theodora, and the book did very well. And what's weird is I used a lot of the archetypal lessons learned from Star Wars.
Well, tell everybody their name.
What's that?
Tell everybody its name, the book's name.
Oh, Faraway Bird is the name of the book. And I used a lot of archetypal designs I pulled from Star Wars and the hero's journey to write it, but you would never know it. That's the beauty of archetypal designs, is they are so embedded in our psyches that they can take on so many different forms and expressions. And I used it to write this book, and the book you can read right there. It won awards and did very well. And I'm very pleased to announce that my second book, which is a nonfiction book, it should come out in February of 2024. We're working on the cover and the interior design right now. That is a book that took the archetypal designs found in hero-centric stories, took a deep dive look at them, and when you string them together, they create their own arc, very similar to the hero's journey, but it is very distinctly different from the hero's journey. So that's me.
All right. And yet the Heroine's Labyrinth, we have been studying here on this channel quite a bit, even though you are still looking a publisher to publish that and bring that out.
I'm gonna do what I did the first time. I'm gonna independently publish it. That way I don't have to change it. I don't have to alter it. I'm no one else would have any say in it except me. It's just I gotta fund it. So when you independently publish a book at a professional level, it can cost quite a bit. But I saved up for it, and I'm going to do it.
Well, all right. So if you if you bring it to crowdfunding or whatever when it comes out, let us know, and we will put it out here for sure. Sable Phoenix says, "Oh, BT Dubs, Heath just got the War of Art too. I want to go over that. Because I've been reformatting kind of the morning show, thinking about that. I think we could talk about things like that on the morning show too. So the War of Art, that one's very big. I've been thinking about that, and then rereading of Where You Dream. I have that right here. Have you finished this book, Doug?
I have. I love it.
Okay, you finished it and you loved it. Okay,
yeah,
I have not.
I will say the first third of the book is really what this book's about. The first third blew my mind. I've read it twice. As a writer, I could not get enough of that first third. The second 2/3 are great, and you should read it. But it's a lot of his own short stories. You're just rereading an entire short story that he wrote in the past. You're reading entire transcripts from classes that he has given. So it's back and forth between him and different students. So it's not the kind of thing that you would reread necessarily, the back half of the book, I would say. But the first third for sure is as good as it gets for a writer who needs to connect to a how to write book.
All right. Well, all right. I'm about to start it. So we may have to end up talking about this book, and I want to talk about the War of Art as well. So it may end up on Table Talk. It may end up on the Morning Grind, just talking about things all the time. Sable Phoenix also says, BT Dubs, Doug, your Heroine's Labyrinth model has finally got the plugs sparking in my head for a fantasy book that's been kicking around in years, but never seemed to gel. So
awesome.
There we go.
Awesome. That's the power of archetypes. They're in there and they work. And that you can adapt them to almost any story. So I'm glad to hear that, Sable. Can't wait to read it.
All right. Well, then, shall we go into Star Trek then?
Yes. Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home.
Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home. And I do have it up in another window so that I can be watching it kind of as we go.
Oh, okay.
I like to do that. So I'm like, what kind of stuff? I watched it. You watched it yesterday. I rewatched it this morning, and I watched about half of the director's commentary again.
Oh, yeah. I watched it over the weekend and took notes again and really enjoyed it. As a kid, Star Trek 4 was my favorite when I was a kid. As I got older, I found that, I knew I liked Star Trek 2, but as I got older, I began to really love the conflict with Kirk and Khan, and Star Trek 4 felt a little bit more fun and thought-provoking in a lighthearted way, whereas Star Trek 2 just punches, and I like that punch.
Well, Leonard Nimoy talked about that in the director's commentary. He said that early on there was a decision that there wasn't going to be like a huge a main bad guy.
Yeah, no main villain.
Because they had just been through 2 movies where there is, a major bad guy villain that you've got to overcome and defeat. And it's really serious over 2 movies. And he said that we used to do Star Trek episodes where there wasn't like a main villain. You were dealing with something environmental. You were dealing with something else. And so he felt like after 2 movies with, a main bad guy that you had to overcome, that we could return to something like that and do something lighter.
Yeah, a concept plot. But what's interesting is, although they were trying to get away from the villain arc or plot conflict, they essentially started the movie almost identical to Star Trek 1. It's an outside Earth-destroying invader that really is coming because of a crime or an incident in Earth's past. Instead of the Voyager coming home to roost, this is an alien species, which we find out is attempting to contact humpback whales, which have gone extinct, and therefore the communication has been severed. And this probe took this serious enough to fly all the way out to Earth, and just attempting to communicate with the whales, the power of their transmission waves was enough to destroy the planet. So it's interesting that it is similar to Star Trek 1 in terms of the the arrival of Earth's past in some way, in a way that could threaten and destroy the planet.
That is an excellent point. That it is very similar to Star Trek 1 in that regard. I was going to say in the beginning that we return to Earth centrism. You know, we were talking about the Federation and all of that, but we've talked about, like, when you're looking at Star Trek 1, certainly it's very Earth centric. You know, very Earth centric. Star Trek 2 is less so, but you even have the presence we're talking about in the patches and things like that when you've got the Earth solar system and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So it's still there. It's less so in Star Trek 3, but you're right. We return to a very Earth-centric story.
But yeah, it's Earth-centric, but it is not human-centric.
That's
an interesting. It's funny because I started to break down the plot of Star Trek 4 a little bit more adult-like and serious-like, and I started to laugh and I stopped because the plot is actually so ridiculous in some ways, and yet it works. In fact, the more I watched the movie and I was trying to figure it out, I was like, how are they getting away with this? I mean, they introduced time travel. That's always usually a Band-Aid. They had some plots that they never really addressed. They had a lot of problems that should have arisen throughout the course of the story. And they even get away with basically saying that whales were the most intelligent species that lived millions of years ago before man, as though they were the almost the stewards of Earth that we hunted to extinction. I think it's interesting, but whales, it's hard to imagine them interacting at a highly technological level. They got away with that.
Yeah, well, they never explain what they're saying. I mean, we don't need to deal with that. Like, what are they saying? Even the Sable Phoenix is like, how exactly are the whale songs traveling into a space? Presumably light years and hundreds and millions of light years away, because you don't really contact the civilization because they don't just show up to say what's up. So it's someplace else. And so how exactly that's happening?
Heath, it's like if I knew you in my childhood and then I hadn't heard from you for a while, I go all the way out to Alabama. I start banging on the door to the point where I'm breaking your windows. I'm like, Heath, and I'm screaming in your house. And then I'm I'm lighting your house on fire. And then you just pop up. You're like, hey, Doug, I'm here. I'm like, okay.
Oh,
everything good?
Okay, thanks. You just turn around. Okay.
I'm going to head back. Everything. I just want to know you're okay.
Right. That is exactly what's going on here. But, I can't help but think about Oumuamua. And I think people have brought this up. The Moa and what the observation from the extra solar system object.
No.
It's a Moa, and Avi Loeb is an astronomer. I think he's an astronomer. He's at Harvard, and they were following this, what they believed was like the first extra solar system object.
Oh, wow.
To cross into us. And this was some years ago. But I've been following that. I just, somebody said they have Avi Loeb saying Oumuamua as their ringtone on their phone or something like that. Because Oumuamua is Hawaiian for traveler. You don't quote me on that. I think it's something like traveler or messenger or something like that. Because it was first detected by a Hawaiian telescope. And so it's called Oumuamua. And it was thought, and it's a cigar-shaped object. And here we have this cigar-shaped object coming in here that is from someplace around.
Yeah, they didn't pull out the big guns for the design of the alien ship.
They did not. They went very simple for that.
Like, how about a baton with like a little holographic globe?
And then it can light up that globe, and that's it.
I wanted to say, so as I began to laugh a little bit about technically what should be a goofy plot, or it is a goofy plot. I while watching this time, I was like, okay, so how do they get away with it? And I decided it was really clever dialogue.
It has a lot of that. It has a
lot of clever dialogue. So it's very well written and very good acting. The actors pull off lines like when Kirk's like, or when Spock's like, only man assumes the message must be meant for him. And Kirk's like, well, whales have been here for 65 million years. I'm like, there you go. They just went over what would have been an absurd plot line because they took it seriously. The actors did, but they didn't take it too seriously to where they got into the conversation. They just touched on it and then moved on. And I was like, that saves this movie again and again and again. There's so many instances where clever dialogue and well acted scenes just blow by things that may have really irked me if it weren't so. If it wasn't good dialogue or the acting wasn't up to it.
I have to, from the commentary about the very beginning. I mean, if we're talking about the very beginning, I have to say, because it's been a little while since I've watched this movie, like a year. I mean, it's not like forever, but it's been about a year since I've watched this movie. But when I pressed play after I did the morning grind this morning and I pressed play on this movie, as soon as I heard the music, I was back. And I was so happy because you talk about it being one of the favorite movies as a kid. That's right. I do love the intro song or score for this movie. Yeah. Right. It's one of the best, I think. And as soon as I heard it now, the Star Trek 1 is fantastic. Probably still 1 because that becomes Star Trek, the Next Generation and stuff like that. So you hear that. But as soon as I heard this one, I was like, oh, yeah.
You know what? I made some notes on that too. So the composer is Leonard Rosenman. And this soundtrack out of all the Star Trek soundtracks is by far the most un-Star Trek-like and yet so distinctive to your point. There were times where I was listening to the soundtrack over the weekend or while watching, and it almost sounded cartoon-like. The way they were using oboe, it's almost like Tom and Jerry music at some points in the film. But to your point, I don't hate the soundtrack. It's really fun and lively and orchestral. There's a couple. The hospital chase was one of my favorites, and I like when they're hunting down the Norwegian whalers at the end. The music for that, and there's a couple in there that are just excellent scores, but so different than every other Star Trek soundtrack.
Well, I was thinking you're talking about cartoon-like. When I was listening to that and it came on and then I was like walking to the kitchen back like that, I was thinking about even Rabavania and the knights and the charge of knights and gallant warriors and things like that. And that was kind of going through. I was like, man, this could even work for that and things like that. And it was,
well, there's a lot of energy in the music.
Yeah,
and
there's a lot of energy there.
Because the characters, like I said, really carry these unusual manic plot lines. Oh my God, we got to go steal nuclear power. We have to, rescue Chekhov. There's a lot of rushing around with these characters, and the soundtrack really kind of captures that manic energy, but makes it very lighthearted and fun, in my opinion.
So we open with the Saratoga.
Well, hold on. We open with. I just wanted to say.
Okay.
We open with a dedication to the crew of the Challenger.
Oh, that's true. Yes. So this. You're right, and that is a second thing. First of all, the whale plot in general, but then also the dedication to the Challenger crew. This movie is very anchored in time.
I made notes on just how 80s this movie is. Late 80s.
It is like. It's the classic Save the Whales movie, which you're not going to do again. Like, when did you do this? You did this in the late 80s.
Totally. Right. Yeah, you only did. And it was for everyone who remembers, Save the Whales was everywhere. T-shirts, I remember like bags and swag. Everything was saved, bumper stickers. Save the Whales was a thing. No one seems to care anymore. But
that's gone, right?
Yeah, in fact, I've seen reviews of Avatar: The Way of Water.
Yeah. And
one of the big criticisms is that Avatar: The Way of Water is a Save the Whales movie, and no one cares about saving the whales anymore because it was so late 80s. But you also had the punk rocker.
And the punk rocker.
With the boombox. And every time I watch Star Trek 4, I get that crazy punk song in my head. Where he's like, and I say, screw you. I don't know why I get that song in my head, but you have punk rockers in this. You've got a 1980s America, the dedication to the Challenger, the Save the Whales movement, and the Cold War. Chekhov is
Cold War.
Thought of as a Soviet spy when he's busted on the nuclear vessel enterprise. So there's just a lot of 80s in this, and it I think it has aged well, whereas sometimes it doesn't. I feel like this ages well. It gives us the time capsule that works because it is a time travel movie.
So then we start with the Saratoga.
How many megatons? He knows the lyrics. That's awesome.
Yes. Now I believe. Now I was looking for verification of this. I wrote this down, but I was looking for verification, but I didn't find it. I didn't have time this afternoon. I believe when we cut to the Saratoga Bridge that this is the first time you see a female captain.
Is that true? And she's African American.
She is also African American. Yes.
And there's a Klingon helmsman.
There's a Klingon helmsman.
Yes, our helmsman is a Klingon.
Is he a Klingon helmsman? The guy with the white hair?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's a Klingon. An old Klingon.
I didn't catch that he was intended to be Klingon.
Oh, I just assumed he was. I could be wrong. I just always assumed he was a Klingon.
Oh, well, okay. I'm not sure about that. But yes, we do have the alien helmsman regardless. But yes, okay. I think that it is. Oh, Sable says he's not a Klingon.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, he's got the weird hair. But yes, I think this is the first time that actually we've ever seen on screen at this time a female captain, and it is even an African American female captain. And of course, I was also looking at the set design, and that same, if you're watching, that same weird ring around the bridge up at the top has been there ever since Star Trek 1, because it was there with the weird ring with like weird objects stuck on the ring, and It's been there on every bridge. We're going to talk about the last bridge at the end, because it's been reused sets, because it was there on Star Trek 1, and then even here on the Saratoga, you open and I can see the exact same ring that is on the top, because it is the same set.
That's pretty cool, and it is a it's like the Reliant. It's the same.
It's like the Reliant. Yes. So she does a very good and capable job, the Reliant and everything like that, as they do this. And then you go to San Francisco, where again we use movie film as in universe.
Yes. Like security footage, even outside the ship to show the outside the ship.
How did they get that?
Drone. It was drone footage. Drone footage, man.
It's drones.
It's standard Starfleet procedures to fire off drones to film a self-destruct command for legal reasons.
Yeah, that's because we saw that in Star Trek 3. Yeah. Last time we talked about that, and again we do that again. And they didn't bring that up in the commentary, the director's commentary. But they're using movie footage as that. They didn't reshoot it. They just reshowed the movie footage.
Right. And I would say, I talked about how much I appreciated Harv Bennett's writing in Star Trek 2 and 3, where, the Star Trek essentially came from a 1960s television series where they were out in deep space and they just went on these adventures. And then in Star Trek 2, Harv Bennett really tried to anchor down Starfleet, how it works, how it functions, who's accountable, who's who, what's the chain of command. And he continues it out in Star Trek 3. And I feel like, because he's involved in Star Trek 4 as well, in the opening scenes of Star Trek 4 with the Klingon diplomat making his case against Kirk, you get the idea that there are diplomatic consequences to what Kirk has done. This isn't just an internal Starfleet matter anymore. He actually takes the functionality and the design of Starfleet and goes beyond, what happens intergalactically? Your men destroyed the Grissom. We're acting to that Klingon, if you listen to what he says, is accusing Kirk of genocide.
Yeah.
He's saying we have a right to preserve our race, accusing Starfleet of developing a doomsday weapon to annihilate all of the Klingon people, which is a charge of genocide. So it's a pretty serious intergalactic charge if you think about it.
Yeah, it is, and we have the right to preserve our race, and then Ambassador Sarek, you have a right to commit murder. It's a very powerful scene here. Yes.
Yeah, and everyone's like, no, he doesn't have that right.
Right. Yeah. The Kronos Kyron says in the books, bridges are similar. So obviously, yes. So then later you come up with a modular design. But what I'm talking about when I'm watching this, I'm also when we're watching also the director's commentary and stuff like that. the reality of making this, like you need another Starship bridge. You've got to redress one that you've got. You can't go build another one. And so seeing how to me, I love it. Seeing the reality of how do we make this world come alive? Well, Jesus, we can't build another bridge. We got to redress it. And, and that this bridge is, and how that I love that. So yes, I know that it gets built into the lore in different ways. And I like that too, because I like the lore. Yeah. But then also from the reality of how was this done, I love that. And by the way, that's another reason that I loved listening to Leonard Nimoy, Leonard Nimoy and Bill Shatner talking about this in the director's commentary, because they're in the director's commentary. And it makes me love these movies even more when I listen to that, because it was theirs and they cared about it. And they're talking about like, they're talking about the issues of, reality with dealing with the studio and stuff like that we're trying to make this, but they really care, what has been trying to be produced here. And so I always get this feeling of, I would have loved to have been a part of it. Like Star Trek 1 was its own era. I would have loved to have worked on Star Trek 1, because that was a different kind of era of filmmaking. We talked about that when we did Star Trek 1. But then when you go 2, 3, 4, that became a trilogy, and it was kind of their own thing that they were building and they were creating, I would love to have been part of that, or to create something like that myself. Yeah.
And these are a trilogy. I've seen them marketed on like streaming services as trilogies. Like you could, like the Vudu app, you buy the Star Trek trilogy and it's 2, 3, and 4. And this movie, after the opening scene with the probe coming in and Earth kind of going into shambles, about 6 or 7 minutes in, we bounce over to the crew of the Enterprise, who's stranded, or not stranded, but are still on Vulcan. So this movie picks up right where Star Trek 3 left off, just like Star Trek 3 picked up right where Star Trek 2 left off. So it's a real beautiful trilogy that strings right across.
And I wish more had done that. I mean, because when I was watching these movies as a kid, I mean, to me, this is movies. This is Star Trek. Okay, the next one's coming and it picks up. I wish that like the Next Generation had taken that seriously and done that. This one
they treated
kind of happened accidentally. Because they were saying that after every one, we thought that was it. We're going to get one more and that's it. But we ended up getting this trilogy. But by the time you got the Next Generation, there was more money. And so you think there would be more time to think about that and say, listen, we were very successful with a trilogy, with connecting these movies. Let's think about that and let's do it again. And it didn't happen in the Next Generation.
No, Next Generation was episodic. I mean, there were, I think the last 2 movies, I didn't even see them to this day. I just lost interest in them and never got around to seeing, I don't think I saw Nemesis. I saw Insurrection, but anyway, like they really lost me somehow.
They were completely like mega episodes.
Yeah, totally.
Like, okay, let's Star Trek movie is going to become just like it was a super long episode.
Yeah,
and that was to its detriment. I think this is when I think it's at its best.
Well, it is at its best, and like I said, the characters are dealing with the consequences of their actions regularly during this trilogy. So the first time we see Kirk and crew, they're on Vulcan. They have the stolen Klingon bird of prey, which they said has military, the cloaking device. We can learn a lot from it.
Yeah.
It's stolen military technology. And he does pretty much a roll call. You guys willing to go back to Earth and face the music? And they're all like, yep, we're ready to go. So, I mean, it's not an exciting opening for the crew. I mean, they're like, let's just go home and go to jail, guys. I mean, that's literally the lead in for where our characters are in Star Trek 4. If only a crisis could emerge.
Right. If only there was something that only they could solve. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. So they're on there, and they were talking about when they're on Vulcan and stuff like that. It also gives you a sense that, because somebody says if they could send a ship, because you think of like Vulcan being tightly integrated with the Federation, that there would be but they got to get home on their own.
Yeah, you're right. The Vulcans don't have a bus.
Right. There's no other way to get back to Earth, which does seem a little bit ridiculous that, like, okay, wait a minute. If these people who are accused of all of this stuff are now sitting on Vulcan, which is arguably the second most important planet in the Federation, perhaps according to the lore, there isn't an easy way for them to get back. It's a different type of feel of the Star Trek universe than would be later in the Next Generation.
Oh yeah,
because it's much more frontier kind of feeling.
Yeah, well, you can make the case. Now, I always think good writing addresses this in the movie itself, but you could make the case that who else is going to pilot a bird of prey back to the Federation? If even a skeleton crew, which they already are is going to do it, there's no need to split up the crew at that point. But you should be able to address that in the movie. It did. Now that you say it, it is kind of funny. It's almost like, hey, can you guys take us back to Earth? And Vulcans are like, hands are tied, man.
Yeah, no, there's nothing's available, right? Yeah.
We do appreciate you bringing Spock back, but
there's nothing around to go back on. So yeah, but it's not even like to fly back. There's no other even ship. Like, we left that thing on Vulcan. Send the science team to go analyze its cloaking device. That's an alien,
Yeah, actually, and Kronos mentions there's no Vulcans arrested. If they really wanted to get diplomatic, there would be a request for the Vulcan the Vulcan embassy to arrest the crew and extradite them back to Earth instead of letting them.
Right, they would have been arrested there. Right, yeah. Especially if there's a Federation presence in general on Vulcan,
which there is.
Right, you would think.
And you would imagine that the president of the Federation would be able to say, "Hey, just take them into custody."
Wait, where are they? Oh, they're on Vulcan, because it would be like the president of the United States finding out that the bad guys or the accused are in Montana. Oh,
or Canada,
but they're part of the Federation. So I mean, it's like part of the United States.
Vulcan is like the Canada of the Federation,
right? So we can't. We're looking at. We got to look at different levels here, because we've talked about plot. Because we're like, when we criticize this, we're probably going to be criticizing the plot. But it is going to work from the story perspective. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's beloved, because we talk about the physical plot. Like, we're already talking about that. Wait a minute. Isn't there somebody on Vulcan who could arrest them or something like that? Okay. So there's that from the plot perspective. And we're really going to talk about it in Star Trek 6. But I think that from the story structure perspective, this is working.
Well, I will say, I agree. And again, good dialogue and characters, let us move through the film without getting too hung up. But also, I would like to point out that this was also a product of its era, meaning what Harve Bennett was doing, the idea of establishing a functional, accountable science fiction world, I think was kind of new on some level. The idea that you had modern day regulations that the characters in the 23rd century had to deal with, the idea of diplomatic consequences. You didn't get any of that in Star Wars. Like, there was no diplomatic consequences. You fought on Hoth. You fought here. You fought there. It doesn't matter. So there was an effort to rein it in. So I think at the time, the functionality felt very authentic because we had not quite seen it before. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are other examples of really well functional, modern legal societies in the science fiction world. But this felt like, I think at the time that this felt more authentic than previous. And now, we're so far down the road that we look back, we're like, well, it's still not addressing all these other issues,
Well, right. And it's important to think about time. So I was verifying this here. This is late 1986.
Right.
Okay. So November 1986 when this is being shown. So,
okay.
Return of the Jedi was 1983. So you're talking comparisons to what sci-fi is and things like this. That was only 1983. So then the end of 1986, this is now what it's showing.
And to be quite honest, adding functionality to a sci-fi world can sometimes be very problematic. For example, Star Wars. The early Star Wars was simplistic in its functionality, but it was there. Like, if you unpack Star Wars, you can make the universe make sense. George Lucas then tried to add a ton of functionality to the prequels, to the point where it was stifling. Like when you open up in Star Wars and like, yeah, it's a trade dispute.
Right. Everybody makes fun of that, right? There is a trade dispute, right?
Yeah. But that is an effort for functionality. It's just one that's so boring that no one cares. So I think with Star Trek 6, I'm sorry, with Star Trek 4, the idea that a Klingon diplomat's laying out, a global diplomatic case against the Federation, against the hero Kirk, and the fact that the heroes have to return to answer to a tribunal of sorts. I think that's kind of new. We're holding these guys accountable.
I remember this joke about Star Wars. God, it was something I was watching a long time ago when that movie came out. It was criticizing the original one. It was, it says there's a trade dispute on Naboo, and they're going, and the guy goes, "Trade dispute? Is Andrew Jackson going to be in this movie?" So yeah.
Who wants to hear a nice story about a bridge?
We got some trade dispute. I think people have made fun, like or somebody's kids, like my kids came up and said, like, well, like I asked my kids, what are they doing? And I was like, and they said, oh, we're studying like intergalactic trade law. And I was like, God, well, kids, you nerds, just go.
Well, as a writer, though, sometimes the conflict comes out of the functionality of the world. So if you understand your world really well and you understand how it functions, conflicts are very natural to scenes. It can really drive an entire chapter or scene, or they're just so overblown or convoluted that they weaken the story, as the trade dispute is a famous example.
I'll make another serious point about that sometimes people talk about the world building, and then, okay, you do this world building and you tell the story in the world. Other times you say, here's the story, and then what was the world? The world was whatever it needed to be in order to tell that story.
Yeah, I think writers can flesh it out as they go.
But when you're writing, I've become a bit more open to the idea of, okay, the world is whatever it needed to be in order to tell the story, because what you're ultimately trying to do is tell the story. So if the world serves the story and the story is fantastic, then you win. So that's okay. Then later, as it grows and builds and stuff like that, then of course you end up with more stuff about the world stuff bolted on, and that, okay, don't violate that, because this has already been established and stuff like that. But the world, the purpose of the story is not to see the world.
Right.
The purpose of the world is to facilitate the story. And that's why, like with Ravivania, people, this seems like what you do is draw a map. But I realize, like, even when I've been writing, I realized that, two locations have to be really close to each other. There's no guarantee that if I were like drawing a map, that I would have put those locations close to each other. But then as you're writing a story, you go,
writers,
this has to be the case.
Well, you need a little bit of both. You need to be able to have the liberty and the intuition to jump off and come up with things and to drive your story intuitively. But you also have to have a functional world, and I think that's vital. And some of the best science fiction out there has enough of both. And because I have a friend who he spends an awful lot of time world building, and I think that's what he likes doing the most. He likes to world build. I don't know if he's ever going to write anything. But it's really fun to build out the world,
Well, the world building can be its own purpose in that situation. The world building can be its own purpose. What I was specifically talking in reference to was telling a story. That in that case, well, do you prioritize the world building or the story? It's the story.
Yeah, it's the story. Having a good functional world, though, is what can give you a franchise. Yeah. But like I said, you have to have that intuitive, free form ability to write story and characters first, because without that, you'll get suffocated by functionality.
When you're talking about Star Wars, how much do we know about the Star Wars universe now? A lot. We know a lot. But how much?
I have a lot of the Star Wars RPGs.
You're right. Yeah. How much do we have? But how much needed to be known about the Star Wars universe in order to do the original Star Wars movie?
Not that much.
Not that much. And so it was and then it grew from there. Yeah.
Right. That's right. So anyway, I was just making the point that even though there's some plot holes, like how they get back from Vulcan, I still think that at the time, by 1986 and 87, it was more than we were accustomed to. So I think we were it felt authentic to us at the time.
What about this scene with Spock answering all of these scientific and technical questions and then getting fouled up by how do you feel?
I thought it was all right. I laughed at it a little bit because I was like, I can almost picture the writer being like, how do we make a test for Spock? We'll make him do 3 computers at once. Like that's the, he's a student that he has to look left, he has to look right, he has to look forward and answer questions. I thought that I thought that was very simple in terms of how to make it complex, especially when he's answering like, nothing real ever existed, just real simple. But I did like the idea that he could answer intellectually every question, but emotionally he had become immediately confused.
I remember really liking this as a kid, just because it is, he can answer all the science questions. Spock walks up and he proves his science chops, which is the point, the point of the scene, that he's back intellectually. All these things. Spock is right there, and I was like, oh man, that's of course, I like Spock as a kid, and like, okay, here he is proving like what he is.
It is a very like questions. Spock defining type of scene. You are right about that. Like if you want, I guess what I was saying is like, I guess maybe if you had a bigger budget today, you'd put him in like an orb with also, I don't know, like they would do more with it, but all they could come up with was 3 separate screens. But to your point, that's true. They do,
It's 1986.
Yeah, that's true. And it's always funny. I always like listening to his answers, like a Klingon modification glyph or whatever. Yeah. The writer had to come up with all these like 23rd century answers,
But even when he says nothing unreal exists, that actually sounds like something that would come from some of my philosophy classes.
Like a science, like a philosophical axiom or something.
Yeah, that if it's unreal, then necessarily non-existent. Okay, that makes sense. That nothing, or what is
that's
and
true.
Is the opposite true? Are all things existent real?
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the actress who played his mother in this scene is the original actress from the series. Is that correct?
Oh, I want to say yes, but I'm not 100% sure.
I thought her name was like Amanda something. Because Sarek came back from the series.
Sarek has been there.
A lot of characters, even Yeoman Rand, came back from the series. Ricardo Montalban came back from the series. So I think she was Spock's mom, the actress in the series. I think. I've always believed it. So if I'm wrong, I would love to know. Are you on IMDb?
No, I was not. I was looking for it. So this says.
Chrono says that she simply played a different role in the original series.
Oh, okay. Because so Jane Waddington Wyatt played the mother of science fiction. Yeah, okay, mother of Spock.
Okay.
Wait, this says that Jane Waddington Wyatt played the human mother of Spock on the science fiction television series Star Trek.
Okay.
So then that seems to imply there's another actress.
Okay. Interesting.
Spock mother actress.
But I do like how they reversed the Star Trek 2 axiom. The needs of the few, or the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. And in this intellectual test, she says, well, you stand here now because of a flawed thinking from your flawed human friends. They believe that the needs of the few, you, Spock, were more important to them. And I noticed that she didn't finish the sentence, and I think that was on purpose. She didn't say that you were more important than the needs of the many. She just said the needs of the few, you, were more important to them. She just left that. She didn't quite say that it was more important than the needs of the many, and I think that's because it would not sound right. It would not be as wise. But he said, Spock is like, humans make illogical decisions. And she's like, they do indeed.
And that's because it's not supposed to be something logical, that we didn't get here because of something logical that was figured out.
However, yes, and structurally, this scene sets up a couple scenes for Spock later in the film. The idea of making an illogical, the idea of going against logic in favor of strong feelings, which to Spock makes no sense. He actually says, she goes, the needs of the few, or the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. And he goes, I would accept that as an axiom. So he's like, which to me sounded a lot like he's saying this is an unbreachable truth. And she's like, well, humans break this truth. And they do it all the time. They make illogical decisions. And this creates a puzzle for Spock to solve, which he tries to solve later in the film in Act 3. And I think with his famous line of his in this, where she's like, is that the logical thing to do? And he's like, no, it is the human thing to do. Great line, but it comes from this scene right here where he's taking that test on Vulcan.
I agree.
And he is part human. Yeah, you're human. She even says you're human. You're half human. The computer knows that. And she's like, as you get older, your human side will, bubble up to the surface, basically.
We cut back to the Saratoga's trouble with the probe. And we have one of the lines in Star Trek that I always make fun of. And that's when the lights go out and the captain calls for emergency lights. We've
talked about that.
Yeah, we've talked about that before. We have that line again here. Everything goes dark on the Saratoga when they get attacked. And the captain has to give the command, emergency lights. And then
emergency lights.
Somebody hits the emergency light switch and the red lights come back on. So
that's a good command.
That for whatever reason, they have to manually give that command.
But it does knock that ship out, man.
But then they're out, right? Yeah, and that was a very desperate scene, right? Yeah,
it does. I think they did capture the sense of desperation with very little budget. They captured the sense of desperation on Earth. They had those clips of like there's an Indian man in a Starfleet uniform, and he's like, "We're running out of life support," and he's like, "We're doing everything we can," and there's a sense of panic that with very little, I think they accomplished what they wanted there.
I completely agree. Roll to Win Crap says, which is my father. He says, flashlights. You get the flashlight. The captain has to order out the flashlights.
Or cell phone lights. You just got to wave your cell phone around.
Yeah, right. Cell phone, emergency lights. So right. There's not a lot there, but yet there's a lot being said. There isn't a lot being on screen, especially in today's world. There isn't a lot on screen. I was very aware, of course, not at the time, but now watching it actually today, because, everything wants to talk about, the diversity of the cast. There is a lot in this film, because you're right.
Oh, yeah.
When the Saratoga, that is a desperate transmission that comes in from the Saratoga, and it's the Indian guy who is promoting that. And of course, we've got Admiral Cartwright. I don't know the name of that actor, but Admiral Cartwright comes back.
Cartwright's right in the front of it.
Yeah, so this is definitely present, in Star Trek. Yeah.
I was going to say there was one line out of the whole movie. It's probably my least favorite line. It's one of my least favorite lines in all of the Star Treks. Saavik walks up to Kirk as she's leaving. She's going to stay on Vulcan, and she's like, David died most bravely. And then she walks out, and I'm like, really? Like, you're going to bring that up now, and you're going to do it in such an emotionless, dispassionate, in passing way? Like, I don't know why. That always bugged me, that her bringing up such a tough subject and then giving it the smallest effort and I know she's Vulcan, but still, it's like, is this the time to bring that up and then just to cover it with one sentence and walk on? Like, I was in my head, I was always like, Saavik, that's like not cool. Like, just not cool.
I agree with you, because when we're back on them, that they're so she's just there for that one. I guess scene or whatever. That they bring the actress back. So I get that they've got to do something to address Saavik. I guess they felt like they had to do something to address Saavik. And of course, one of the ideas that was there that didn't get developed was that she's pregnant with Spock's son or child.
Oh yeah, I read that in the book, right? That's in the book.
Right. But that was never developed in the movie. But okay, but we're not going to have Saavik in this movie. So, okay, we got to bring the actress back for this 30 seconds in the movie.
Do you know that in the book, she sleeps with David?
Oh, really? No.
In the novelization, she and Dave, man, think of that plot line. If she was pregnant with David, that'd be Kirk's grandson.
Well, boy, that would actually have more emotional impact than than Spock's son.
Wow. Yeah. I totally forgot about that till just now. In the book, she sleeps with her and David are a little bit of an item. They're trying to keep it professional and everything, but in the book, they sleep together. And it just and you just said that she was pregnant with Spock's son. And I was like, actually, according to the book, she might actually be pregnant with David's
because
son.
she went through the Ponfar ritual with the young Spock.
Yeah.
And so because it's not explained why she doesn't go back.
No,
she walks in and Kirk goes, well, I guess this is goodbye. So, I mean, it's a send off to her character that, okay, well, you're not going to be in this movie. So we got to say something. So ideally Saavik was supposed to be in Star Trek.
6.
6.
Yeah, they went with,
6. Yeah. And that would have been better. Yeah. Because you do have another Vulcan officer coming. It would have been better if it had been Kirstie Alley throughout the entire.
If they stuck with Kirstie Alley all the way through Star Trek 6, that would have been a grand
slam. Would have been epic. That would have been epic on a major level.
Totally.
But here we get her send off.
I can almost picture her being like, "Hey, man, I didn't destroy the Enterprise. I'm not going back to Earth to face consequences."
Right? Yeah, like I'm staying here. Can't she like send can't you like send a transmission or something like that? They're like, okay, I'm going back, but I'm not really with you. I got to get back to Earth somehow so I can get back on my starship.
Saavik, though, would be a key witness. She witnessed the murder of David. She was an eyewitness to it. She would be a perfect witness to the events with the USS Grissom. Again, if you were thinking at a higher level, she would really want Saavik coming back to Earth with you. If you're facing,
that's true. They would want her back in
big time.
You're absolutely right.
She's an eyewitness to all the crimes that were committed by the Klingons, including the destruction of Grissom and the murder of David. So, pretty key witness there.
But that's a good point. That she does walk in, and she said it is a lame scene because when he says, "I guess this is goodbye," then she says, delivers that on the bridge. Like I've never had an opportunity to tell you this. Like, really, you haven't had another time. She's and like, now David, it's on the bridge with everybody else around. I mean, it's a lame way to send her character off.
Yeah, she's literally like, I have not had a chance to tell you. David died most bravely. Like I was like, oh man, that shouldn't be there. If all she did was put her hand on his shoulder and look at him in the eye and walk out, I would have been more happy with that because I would have understood all the subtext there. I don't need any dialogue for that. And it's not necessarily betraying the Vulcan way of no emotion. It's a gesture more than anything else. And I think that would have spoken more volumes than her delivering this ham-fisted apology and like regrets. David died heroically, and I don't know.
And it's not like Kirk responds to that in any kind of big way.
Yeah. I will say that I think about this more and more because we talk, you and me, the call to adventure. I did notice something based on our previous conversations. So the president goes, there seems to be no way to respond to the probe. So I decided that responding to the probe is the call to adventure. Because Kirk is not engaged, right? He's not engaged in doing anything different. He still wants to go back to Earth or needs to go back to Earth to face the consequences. And when the idea that we have no way to respond to the probe comes up, that's when Kirk shifts his mission from returning to Earth to responding to the probe. And Kirk even says the word, we have no choice. He goes, we don't have a choice. We have to find a way to respond to the probe. And you always have the question, and I always think about it, was it a willing hero or an unwilling hero? Mm-hmm. And in this case, Kirk is a willing hero once
He's
again.
willing
We have
again,
no
yes.
choice but to respond to the probe. And then again, to your point, you always say if the hero is willing, then somebody else should be a stand-in for the refusal of the call. And in this case, it is Bones.
It's
He's like,
McCoy.
"No, wait, just,
It is, yes.
wait just a goddamn minute."
Wait just a damn.
You said the
Which
word.
is such a great line. Again, oh no, wait, when he held down and get, hold on, wait.
But again, that's good acting and dialogue that say Kirk's like, we'll have to go find some whales. We're going to have to go time travel. And the banter between the two is so natural and normal that it makes it a funny scene. And we don't really question it much at that point. But there is the call to adventure and an immediate acceptance of the call, and then a refusal of the call by another character.
The
Bones.
I want to point out that what you were talking about, that right when that comes in, I think that the transmission from the president is very powerful.
Yes,
I've
but it's
always
distorted.
thought that. Because if you talk about, because like Sarek says something like, perhaps you should send out a planetary distress call while
you
there's
still
still
can.
time.
Yeah.
And then you get that distress call from the president. And I think that, which is the call, the call to action, which leads to the adventure. But I think that transmission says so much in what it is. Because when you think about what would a last transmission from Earth be like? That we're dying, save yourself, stay away. What would that? I think they captured that very well. When that
I agree with
transmission
you.
comes on, it's very well done.
I agree with you. And they actually pack a lot into that transmission. In fact, later, and this is a key detail. Again, the dialogue brushes over it, but if you think about it, it's the most critical detail of all, where he's like, the president did say the transmission was aimed at Earth's oceans. That's the clue that allows, and I love how quickly the crew of the Enterprise zeroes in on the solution. The ocean.
They figured it out. Yeah.
They figures it out pretty quick. It's like, how would it sound underwater? And she adjusts, and it's cool because you can hear that transmission changing octaves, and then suddenly you get crystal clear, unmistakable whale song.
It is true that, like, I think about that from the love of scientific science perspective or whatever. Then like Kirk's like, Uhura, can you adjust that for density and also salinity factors? Like, hang on, just one second. Yeah, I could totally do
Actually,
that.
I can. I have a salinity and
Wait a
density.
minute, just a second. That's especially on board a Klingon ship. Wait a minute, the salinity factors. Wait a minute, something to do. Hey, Michael O'Connor says it should have been David saved more than Spock in Mind's life, placing her hand on her stomach.
Oh,
that would have been interesting.
Yeah,
too.
again, I agree. Like, better dialogue there. The way she said it was so clumsy.
And as we've said, there is so much great dialogue in this movie overall.
Yes.
This one is
I've actually made that. That's one of my favorite notes because I noticed it over and over again. This was an exception to that one line. And from what I understand in Star Trek 3, the Klingon was going to kill Saavik. And then David jumped in. So if I were her, because when he clicks, because when he chooses his victim, those little teeth pop up on the hilt and he reaches back. Saavik she could hear. I mean, it's right behind her. I think if I was going to say something like David died bravely, it should have been something more like it was supposed to be me.
It was.
If you're going to bring it up, and but anyway, just to get back to the Earth's final transmission, I thought it was great. And by the way, I also, just to piggyback that, really like Kirk's response back to Earth. Because at the time, he's a criminal. Mm-hmm. He's a criminal, and they know he's in big trouble. This is a career destroyer. This is the end of his Starfleet career, and yet we get a transmission from Admiral Kirk. And I still enjoy that they took this very seriously. They're like, Admiral Kirk, put him on.
What other choice do they have?
None. This was an Earth hero who's contacting them in this utterly dire moment. Yes. And they take his transmission seriously.
It's his name. It's a transmission from Admiral Kirk.
It mattered.
Put him on screen.
Now.
Fantastic. fantastic.
Totally. And
Yes.
and I like it because Kurt, he's mumbled, he's garbled, and they're like,
Yes.
can you boost the
He's
transmission?
emergency power,
Yeah.
satellite power, whatever.
Forget the emergency
Listen
lights
to this
this time.
guy. Right. He's coming. Yes.
Yeah.
So good. So
Well,
good.
and it clears up. And so here's an example of good dialogue where they alluded to what the plot was, which is time travel. And here he just comes out and says it. But he says it in this response transmission. And I love it. Talk about a way to introduce time travel. We're going to attempt time travel. And I swallowed it hook, line, and sinker as a kid. And even as an adult, I'm like, okay, that Kirk thought about it. This is the crazy plan they're going to do. There's no other choice. And I also enjoy that his transmission gets cut off. He's like, there's something at this time. And he kind of fades off. And this moment is key because he's like, get him back. And then the window breaks, right?
Yes. Right. Yes. They're breaking the windows and then it breaks. Right.
Yeah. And Sarek is sitting there kind of, that's the moment they come back in time.
Right.
So I realized from a structural writing point, the author or the filmmaker did something memorable. The glass breaks to remind you that this happened so that when they come back and the glass breaks again, you're like, okay, this is the point in time they came back. I thought that was rather well done. And Sarek in the first version is just standing there kind of staring it through the wind and rain. And then when they come back in time, he stands there, he goes, there they are. He spots them through the window somehow.
Yeah, I agree. The last transmission from Earth, and then what transmission would you want to hear coming back?
There's only one.
And that was also done so well. Right, exactly what I'm talking about. That here you've got the transmission from your hero telling you, hang on.
We've got a plan.
This is the plan. I'm coming. It's so good. And then you're right. You anchor that, which I realized, a long time ago, you anchor that with the physical breaking of the windows as soon as he's out.
As a bookmark
it's
to
so good.
This point in time.
I was especially aware of that, all of this, as I have been writing a script, because you just realize there is no time. So much is communicated in all of this, and in these 4 minutes or whatever it is on screen, so much is communicated and done so well.
Right. And and Sable Phoenix brings up a good point. He's talking about how the time travel, I'm not a huge fan of time travel.
This comment?
Movies. Yes. So much of the universe, at least in time, of course. Yeah, how come people from the 32nd century don't show up?
Yeah.
Hey, I need to grab these whales one more time.
Yeah, the whales are important again. Hang on.
That probe came back. But I'm not a fan of time travel movies, especially.
I will say that again. I also, yes, I agree with that. In general, I am not a fan of time travel plots. I don't.
For the reason that Sable Phoenix brings up, the second you introduce, it's like the new time travel is multiversing. The second you introduce it, you really introduce a consequenceless universe. And if there's ever any egregious error, just go back in time and it's like respawning. Just do it again. I don't like it. And then also with the multiverse, it's like these characters don't matter because there's another set of the same characters that look just like them that are a little different. It just takes so much out. However, that said, I like a lot of time travel stories, including I just watched Somewhere in Time with my wife the other day, and I love that movie, even though it's a completely different genre. It's got Christopher Reeve in it, and Christopher Plummer, who plays Chang in Star Trek VI. He's in it. But anyway, I do like the time travel in Star Trek, and I have to say the one thing that saves it in some way from what Sable Phoenix is talking about is that they never really went back to it. They never really talk about time travel again as a serious plot solution. So it was like, you get this one time. What?
Well, I say, it's so episodic in that way. I mean, that's the greater world building, universe building, I guess, aspect of this. That like, okay, nobody ever tries this again. Michael says, I hate time travel, except I would say that that I don't like it. There are two exceptions to this that I think that have managed to make it, and one was Terminator 2. Well, I mean, I guess Terminator 1, but I mean, but Terminator 2 has that, and then it followed up on it, And I think Terminator did well. Now, whether or not it went well beyond Terminator 2 is another question to be talked about later. But
So
it was doing well in Terminator 1 and Terminator 2. And then also I accept this one because it's not serious.
right. Well, and I'll say this. When I say I don't like time travel, I have to be clear. I don't like time travel as a writer when I think about the intellectual integrity of a structure. However, as a fan, as a spectator, as a viewer in the seats, I have enjoyed time travel movies, and sometimes a lot. Heath, both Terminator 1 and 2, absolutely loved them. Some of my favorite movies. I like Star Trek 4. I like Endgame, as crazy as that movie can be sometimes. I still liked Endgame. I like Somewhere in Time, Back to the Future. There's actually a lot of time travel movies that I love. But as a writer, I would say that it's intellectually questionable at best, and I would avoid it. I would use it only as a last resort. And here's one where they did use it, and I thought they got away with a lot. They got away with the time travel plot in Star Trek, and I do think part of it is because they never tried this again. If every movie after that started talking about time travel just because a quick slingshot,
let's head around the sun. Here we go.
Then that's it. I mean, you've destroyed the franchise. But this one, they did it once and then they moved on.
So I guess, yeah, we accept it because that's one of those episodic things. There's a lot of things like people talk about in Star Trek: The Next Generation, especially, that something happens and then they never follow up on its consequences. Here's a situation where something happened, but we're never going to follow up on its consequences.
Yes, actually, you're right. And I think it was a wise decision to kind of silently shun the existence of time travel in Star Trek and not really bring it up again. It worked. We got away with it. Now let's just not do that again. And of course, their next answer was going to find God in a starship in Star Trek V, which that's coming. That one's going to be a discussion. Yeah. Well, I will say there was two things back to back. One part that I really liked, and then I really hated. I actually really liked the idea of them charging in at the sun. They're in this Klingon ship. There's a ton of this like golden light pouring in on the bridge. Yeah. It looks hot. They're sweating. They look uncomfortable. The ship is shaking. It looks very dangerous to me. I was like, and then there's a shot over Kirk's shoulder where you can see the view screen and there's the sun and they're speeding right toward it. And you have Sulu shouting warp point, 9.5. It's almost like Top Gun Maverick, with Mach 10. Yeah. But I thought that was really cool. Like this approaching the sun, which is this very dangerous maneuver. And then they swing around it. And there's this really, really hokey transition. They have like a statue of a whale, a statue of a man like falling backwards. There's like a shot of a pond with like cattails in it.
It's their faces too.
Oh yeah, like statue heads.
Statue heads, yeah, and they. So actually, Leonard Nimoy talked about that on the director's commentary. I always like it. Like that's why I like to watch the director's commentary on the movies that I like. But because he even talks about that. Well, he says the dream sequence made no sense. Leonard Nimoy, who directed this movie, was saying that you go to Kirk and you go into his head, and we need some way to demonstrate the time travel.
Well, they did. Go ahead.
And so that's what but he said we didn't. He's in his words, not quite, but exactly. He says, I think we communicated the point of the story, which is ultimately the important point. But he said we ran out of time on this sequence. Okay. So it's a weird sequence, but it's really interesting to me from the filmmaking perspective when like you're watching, go, that one kind of that sequence that that 1 minute right there seems a bit underdone or hacked or whatever, and then you hear the director later go, well, this sequence I wasn't happy with.
Oh, okay. So
he also said that, well, I think we got the point across.
They did.
He said we ran out of time, and then he said that again, we ran out of time. So so that to me brings in the reality and the humanity of the filmmaking. And so I like it because it's one thing if you're watching it and you go, man, that scene sucks, which we're going to talk about a lot in Star Trek 5. When we talk about Star Trek 5. Like when we talk about, well, that scene sucks. And then if you hear the director go, man, this was amazing. And we just, okay, they were like, what are you talking about? But then when you listen to the director's commentary and they're kind of agreeing with you that like, okay,
you're more forgiving.
I was trying to do this, but we ran out of time, we ran out of money. I feel like this scene did, it communicated what it needed to communicate, but that it wasn't what it needed to be. To me, that's like, oh, that's the humanity of filmmaking.
Yeah, I agree. You're much more forgiving if it's disarming to know that they weren't happy with it either.
Yeah,
The one thing I did, there was out of that sequence that I did not like. The one thing about it that I did like was they have several quotes, like sound bites, that take place later in the film. Each character has one sound bite that they have not said yet. Like here, Admiral, there will be whales here. Like Scotty's got that line, and no, but it is the human thing to do. Like it wouldn't mean anything the first time you've seen the movie, but if like we've seen it 1,000 times, now when I watch it, I'm like, oh, there's all those lines they haven't said yet. I thought that was a good idea for something like what Nimoy was talking about. And there was water imagery, which is very baptismal. But overall, it was very amateur. It was like something like a college student would come up with for time travel. I don't think they needed much. In fact, when they come back in time, it's perfect.
Arguably, you don't need that sequence.
Totally, you don't.
You could have faded to complete black, been on black for a second, and then come back up on the. Arguably, you could have done that.
Totally, 100%. And then you have Spock's comment, which is very 80s as well. Well, I guess you could even imagine it today. But he's like, judging by the pollution content of the atmosphere, we have arrived at the late 20th century. That's all you needed. That's all I needed. When they come back into the future, it's beautiful. He's like, where are we? And then you hear the loud sound of the probe thrumming and the ship's power drops. We know we're back in the 23rd century. That was perfect. Yeah. So I think
it was trying to be more esoteric and serious than it needed to be.
Totally. You didn't need it. Perfectly said. It didn't need it. You don't need to be esoteric. This is a science fiction movie. They're going back in time by swinging around the sun. We don't need a metaphysical interpretive montage to get that point across. We don't. And yeah, Sable's right. They don't do it when they go back to the future. They don't have the heads pop up. We don't go into Kirk's head there.
Yeah, you don't return to it the other way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me catch up to where we are, which we are actually the movie is, as I'm playing it, is behind where we are, which is a new thing. Okay, so yes, okay, so they wake up and okay, so now they are actually they made their target. And here we are.
So Michael O'Connor is bringing up
okay.
When Madonna and Guy Ritchie came out of their movie, she was like, "Oh yeah, this is really good," and Guy Ritchie was like, "It's shit."
I don't know that movie.
So talking about like the disarming effect of professionals admitting some weakness in their work.
Oh, okay.
That's funny.
Time travel by slingshotting around the sun at warp is functionally the same as Superman time traveling by flying around the world backwards fast enough. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember. I had forgotten about that. Yeah, I had forgotten about that.
But as a child, as a kid, watching a superhero spin the earth backwards, it makes no sense for me as an adult. You're totally right. But as a kid, as a comic book plot, it was really cool for me as a kid.
Hey, wait a minute. I want to make another point here that was brought up that I wanted on the morning stream that I want to make more seriously here. That, okay, this isn't a kid's movie, but sometimes we may be talking about kids' movies. And it was did we lose? Oh, no, there. That we may be talking about kids' movies. And can we overanalyze them? Can we overanalyze the kids' movie? Like, what are you doing, Heath? This is supposed to be a kids' movie. You're overanalyzing it. And I want to make, and so my joking point on that is that's what we do here in the Geekverse. We're going to overanalyze something that's intended for kids. But I want to provide a more serious answer to that, actually. And that is that I take very seriously the kind of media and entertainment that we provide to children.
Well, 100%.
And I'm someone who wants to provide quality media and entertainment to children. And I recognize that as a kid, I was highly influenced by these stories that we are talking about and telling. And that children can be very much influenced by that. So why wouldn't you want to give them the best material that you can give them? So why shouldn't we analyze that?
Well, believe it or not, Heath, I totally agree with you. A kid's story is vital, I think, for storytellers to pay attention to. Why? Because they are the broken down, or I should say distilled, simplified versions of very big ideas. Mm-hmm. So if you can tell it to a child, there's a phrase, like if you can explain something complex to a child, that's how you know you understand it. So to tell a kid's story is not an easy thing. People think it's frivolous or superfluous or less important. So that's the kind of comment that person would make, is like, the kid's story, so it doesn't matter. Wrong. A kid's story has so much in it because it's the building blocks of the biggest ideas in humanity. Like Sleeping Beauty. It's a cartoon. It's a kid's story. But when you and me and Brianna started talking about it, there was some real big ideas inside that children's story. So kids' stories are great to analyze. They're great to analyze. Well, I would defend that forever.
Well, it's because it also seems like people often go the other way. That they'll say, like, don't worry about listening to that because, it's just kids or whatever, whatever. But don't you want kids to watch something that is really good? If you want them to watch something that's really good, you're assuming that because they watch something really good, that's going to have a very positive influence on them. Like that. Well, otherwise, you wouldn't encourage them to watch things that you thought was good.
Well, do you remember in Batman: The Dark Knight when Michael Caine talks about the bandit who steals all the rubies and he was throwing them away? Remember, he's like, the bandit, he's like, he was throwing the rubies away. And he's like, that's the line where he's saying, some men just want to watch the whole world burn. When someone says something like, who cares about a kid's movie? There's nothing to analyze. There's nothing to study. There's nothing to understand. That tells me something, and I'm not trying to be judgy, but it's someone who sees no value where value exists. So to me, it's like, well, you don't see the value in it, but I do. And I think that gives me an advantage because I'm seeing value where value exists. If you're taking rubies and throwing them away, well, that's going to suck for you because you're throwing something valuable away. And then, people like you and me, we found something so fascinating and so compelling in storytelling that we've spent good portions of our lives trying to get as close as we can to them and understand them so that we can one day do something similar. I think that's totally valuable.
Yeah. Kronos Kyron says, but offers a counter. Yes, but you also want them to have playtime so it's not to worry about adult themes. Okay. Yes. But what I'm saying here is that when it's time for them to sit down and you like, hey, watch a movie, I'm not saying that it has to be something that is preaching to them.
No, not at all.
All these things can be ingested on there's a word I'm looking for. It's not psychological,
subconscious,
like that. Maybe subconscious kind of level. Do you want it to be a positive message or do you want it to be a not positive message? It seems like most of us go, oh, well, then I'd rather when it's time to sit down, there'd be a positive message.
Well, I think I know what Kronos is saying. And I think in essence, I agree with Kronos, but adult themes are not necessarily the main aim of a child's story. A child's story takes themes in reality that a child might encounter or deal with. And the adult can infer the more complex version of that simple idea. I don't think complex ideas that only adults or age-appropriate adults might be dealing with should be put into kids' stories. But like in Sleeping Beauty, when we were talking about the idea of like protecting a child from consequences or dangers, the moral of that story is the more you try to seal off the child from the dangers of the world, the more unconscious your child is in dealing with that world. That's not an adult theme because the child is going to deal with simple things. A spinning wheel might be a metaphor for something, the coronavirus. The kid doesn't necessarily understand that, but a spinning wheel, fairy godmothers. There's a reason why that story has endured, I guess is my point. Some of the stuff they're doing today, I agree, do not follow that timeless model. They're taking more modern, sometimes ideological ideas, let's say, and trying to put them into a story. And whether it's a kid's story or an adult story, usually when you force that into a story, you're going to muddy up the waters and you're going to struggle to connect to an audience.
Well, or if you're just even saying something as simple as, oh, look, in that episode, being truthful is what won out.
Right. That's okay. A building block
that's
idea.
Not a deep adult kind of story, or something like that. But you're saying, okay, look, that's what's good. So I don't know that there was something that brought that up. So that was a bit of a diatribe, but it had been something that I was thinking about because it had been brought up on the morning grind and stuff like that about why analyze kids' stories. Not that I'm even saying this is a kid story, but we enjoyed it as kids. And what do you want to show children? I guess my point was, if you are interested in a dismissal of children's stories, don't come to
not being valuable,
right? Yeah, that's not this channel. Like, we're not going to dismiss something as don't analyze it. It's just intended for kids. That's not an acceptable.
Right, that wouldn't be an argument that would work for me because my ability to understand children's stories helps me understand story in general. In fact, children's stories, you could say, are the simplistic versions of complex stories. And if you ever want to tell a complex story, you better be able to tell a simple story first.
Could you tell this? Well, that's interesting. Some people talk about that in terms of poetry. Like, could you tell the story? That's very interesting, Doug. What is the story? Now, could you tell it to a child? Okay, then there you go. That's your essence of your story. Now, if you want to tell it to an adult, we can expand it. We can kind of spin it up. We can make it into a whole HBO TV show. But if you know what the essence of your show is, that's very interesting, Doug.
Right. Well, there's adult shows like Showgirls. There's no way to break that. Okay. That's just an age
appropriate. Means something. Sometimes adult means nudity and sex.
No, I got you. I see what you're saying.
That's
you're saying in general terms
here. Right. Yeah. All right. Well, let's keep going. All right. So sorry, that may have been a diatribe, but it's been on my mind. So
it's compelling. It was an interesting thing. I will say, Star Trek 4 gets very fun when you get to this point.
It is fun.
Like right away.
We said in the beginning that this was our favorite Star Trek. You said this, and I don't know if I think I agreed, but it was my favorite Star Trek as a child. So I mean, This is a very formative movie on me as an adult, man, as a person, I guess you say, because man, I watched this movie over and over and over again as a kid.
Me too. I mean, me too. And so one of the first things, and I love it. This is just this is the clever side of writing. They're like, well, it's a foregone conclusion. These people have never seen an alien. And Spock just stands there, rips the hem of his robe, and then just wraps it. And then he kind of looks over at the crew. And I love that. I love Bones' reaction. He's just like,
because Bones' reactions are like, what a ridiculous, it was, but okay, all right, let's just go with it.
But right there, moving on, we were clever, we were humorous, and we get to bypass this whole issue of Spock being an extraterrestrial,
and it follows in with the whole rest of the movie being so ridiculous.
Yeah, it does. And it's funny too, especially later when he starts tying Spock into like the free speech movement. You realize how much he looks like a hippie.
He completely does. He completely does. Right? It completely works. Okay. Yeah. So on the walk, we're gonna get to that, Chronos Chiron. Yes.
Oh yeah, I love it. Well, and Kirk gives that kind of a pep talk, and it's interesting.
Okay, wait a minute. So I just got to the part of the show where so Spock is putting the thing around his ear. So all right, go ahead.
And Kirk gives a quick pep talk where he's like, and I love his commentary. This is a very paranoid and primitive culture. Right. And I always got a kick out of that because I'm like, paranoid? Are we a paranoid people? But it's just funny that those are the only two words he could think of to describe all of humanity in the 20th century, as these people are paranoid and primitive. So watch out. Keep your head on the swivel.
I'll tell you another one that stuck with me as a kid was that he gives the order, those of you who are in uniform, remove your insignia. And I don't know, but that stuck with me as a kid because I was like, all right, if you're in uniform and you find yourself back in time, make sure you remove your rank insignia before going about the that's serious. But that order, I mean, it's a great line. But talking about it as a kid, that one sticks with me because like Kirk is preparing people for time travel adventure. All right, remove your rank insignia because you don't want
standard regulation. Well, could you imagine if like 2 Russian naval officers ended up in America? Like, all right, we're in America. Remove your insignia. That ain't gonna do it.
Right, yes.
Oh, they will never know I was a 3-star.
The rest of your uniform, whatever, no one will notice. But it kind of makes sense because
they don't know the uniform.
Like, what is that? What is that insignia? What does that mean? What is that? But you're still in uniform. But it makes sense. But it's also like they're not exactly blending in. But they brought actually Leonard in the director's commentary brought that up. And he said, I was thinking that at some point before they go out, there needs to be somebody on the Klingon ship sewing them clothes. And they were going to have a scene where they were going to be sewn new clothes. And then he said, while we were location scouting out in San Francisco, there were people who are wearing such absurd things while walking down the street that he was like, it doesn't matter.
No one cares.
Let's just strike that from the movie. And they're just going to walk out in whatever they're wearing.
What? I bet. I know he's right. I bet if they're like, hey, put on the uniform and walk down Fisherman's Wharf, no one's going to care. They wouldn't have even gotten looks.
What about the scene with the garbage men arguing, and then that's when the ship lands?
Again, humorous. He's bitching about his girlfriend and the toaster oven.
The toaster oven.
And it's such a dumb argument to it. I like the way you fight.
I like the way she fights, right?
But what's funny is they kind of have a New York accent, which I always thought was a little out of place in San Francisco. But it is funny. Here's another example of humor and cleverness and good writing getting away with what would be an egregious problem. So they land in the park and they reveal themselves immediately to the inhabitants. The door opens up, light pours
and it opens up like in a complete UFO, like obvious UFO kind of way.
And these people walk out. This is like the day the earth stood still. This is first contact. This is the pivotal moment in every other alien movie you've ever seen. And these guys are like, let's get out of here. He's like, did you see that? No. And neither did you. And they just hightail it. That's it. It's solved. It's this pivotal moment. It's just done. We laugh at it and we move on.
It had to be that because the invisible ship. And when I say it had to be that, like intentionally, because you have the invisible ship, and then all of a sudden, like exactly like aliens landing. That's what it looks like.
Totally. But it's even to me what makes the scene so funny with them running off is just how bizarre. They're looking at the sky. The ship is invisible. And this gateway opens up in the sky. And people just come strolling out, Kirk and crew. They're not like on guard. They're like, let's go. They're completely casual in this entrance.
And the trash can comes up more times in the film. You see that.
Oh, yeah, totally. You see it in the background.
The trash can gets flattened as the ship lands. And Leonard Nimoy was talking about, this was so fantastic because it was so cheap. Because we never actually had to show the ship anytime, because they're always talking about money, during the director's commentary. Like, there's no money. It's like, this was so fantastic because the ship is cloaked. You never even have to show this ship in San Francisco. It completely works.
Well, and what's funny though is in reality, if I see a flattened steel can in a park, it's like a honeypot. Everyone should be walking up and running into that ship to see what's going on with that.
What the hell? What is that?
Yeah, Close Encounters of the Third. Exactly. This is first contact as far as San Francisco is concerned, and they just skip it. Oh man! But they get away with it because of the stupidness of the argument that led up to it allows the stupidness of the intellectual solution, which is we didn't see anything. Let's get out of here.
I loved hearing, especially in the director's commentary, because then you cut to San Francisco and them driving around, or walking around, and the cars come up and stuff like that. And I just loved from the humanity of the filmmaking side of this that Leonard was like, we only had a certain amount of time walking around San Francisco. So he's going around with a film crew trying to get these scenes. And he's talking about like, because this, the car that runs up and hits Kirk. And then, yes, what was that? Kronos Kyron's double dumbass on you.
Double dumbass on you.
But like Leonard Nimoy is talking about how stressed he was because he was like, all right, in order to do one, because there were certain cars that had actors in it, and if you could do the cut, you could do the take, and then if you were going to do another take, it took all of the actors in the cars half an hour to get back around to get back in position. So like, in order to do another take, and he was like, we had so much to do that day, and I was stressed about getting it all done. And so I connect, having done The Cultists, with the humanity of the filmmaking there, that like, oh my God, we got a whole bunch of stuff we got to do today. This is one of these scenes. It takes half an hour to reset the scene. We got to have this guy run into this person. Well,
and it's funny, as a kid, I just laughed because Kirk was swearing, double dumbass on you. But as an adult, I appreciated the writer because, why don't you watch where you're going, you dumbass? That's a real insult.
Right.
Saying double dumbass on you is not a good comeback.
I know, like, why would you? And I love all of that part about it.
What's funny, though, is like the writer was like, how would someone from the 23rd century come back? So he's like, I'll just have him double the insult. So it's funny because it's a perfect profane response from someone who doesn't know how to swear in the 1980s.
Right. Yes, I know.
I appreciated that.
It is a perfect response to that. And they continue to play on that.
Oh yeah. Like another funny line. He's like, all right, Spock, come with me. And then they're walking, and then Kirk turns around and he looks, and they're all just standing there. And he's like, the rest of you break up. You look like a cadet review.
You look like a cadet review. Yeah, I know. I was trying to get that line right. That you look like it, because I actually asked my mother about this line. When he turns around and says, you look like a cadet. What is this? What he's trying to say? You like cadet review? So I think the line is, you look like a cadet review.
Yeah. Yeah, cadet review.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what's even funnier is after he insults them briefly, like in a minor way, they all look even worse. They all like kind of go off in one direction.
And then he's like, oh my God, let's just get out of here.
He just waves them off. And then Harv Bennett, great storytelling, reintroduces the glasses.
The glasses come back, yes.
From Star Trek 2. It's because think about it. What can you sell on a Klingon ship? Nothing. There's nothing that you could. Hey, do you want this a Klingon food pack? You know,
or a Klingon mummification glyph?
Modification glyph. Hey, it's very valuable. So, but it's brilliant because they find something that has just enough value, that, and it's earthbound, and it's earthbound enough to have been in the past, even in 1980, mid 19th century, quite valuable. Like. Right. It had to predate 1980 in order for them to sell it. And they get, so he brilliant. I thought this was a brilliant reintroduction of a prop from a different story.
Yeah, that goes into the trilogy making, that they bring it back up again. Exactly. And it's
and what's funny. Yeah. And even the little joke where he's like, aren't those the glasses that, that Mr. McCoy is like, and they will be again.
I know. And, as a kid, I was trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
Like, okay. So wait a minute. So he gave him the glasses. Now he's here. Then he goes back in time. He's going to sell the glasses. But Kirk says the brilliance is it's going to be again. Like, so I was figuring all that out.
Yeah.
I was like, this is
those
serious.
glasses make their way all the way to Leonard McCoy 300
right.
years.
Even though it's a paradox, it sets it up. I was like, okay, all right, that's what's going on here. What is going on?
And again, it is a hysterical.
They don't worry about that. Kirk just says, and they will be again. And that's the beauty of it. And then we keep going. Right. Exactly.
Well, and again, funny dialogue to address the fact that they have no sense of value. He's like, I'll give you $100. And Kirk's like, is that a lot? And he's like,
well, and then the next scene is like, they're divvying it up. They're like, all right, that's all there is. So that's it. Like, you can almost imagine him like not understanding the difference between like a $5 bill and a
And a
$1
50.
bill, or a 50 or whatever. Yeah, right. So like you all have the same number of bills, so that's all there is. So
Yeah,
there you go. Right.
totally. Well, and here's where they bring up again that there's no money in the future. I've always disliked that, but
I
bring it up
dislike
here.
that too. I dislike that because they're about to they have already said the line, because I was actually very conscious of that this time on the watch through, because they said the line before now, because this is why they're selling the glasses. They're
Right.
still using money. We've got to get some. So
Right.
actually he did bring up the idea that we don't have that. He said they're still using money.
Right.
So that's an odd line. He said like, oh, he should have said, because I do think it's weird they don't have money in the 23rd century. I think that's
Totally.
weird. That he should have said they're using dollars. We've got to get some.
That would have been that, or they're using physical money or paper money
or whatever. He should have said that they're using dollars. We've got to get some, or something like that. Because the line that comes up later when he's at the dinner, when he says, when she says that they don't use money in the 23rd century, and he goes, well, they don't. That's, to me, that line was a joke. But people have built the entire economy of Star Trek around that line.
Well, they do say it in First Contact as well. He's like, we don't use money in the future.
I know, but even the First Contact line came from this.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
It was built off of that line, which I think was a joke, and yet it's been built into the entire framework of Star Trek, which I think
it threw me off, because I was like, how are you going to build these giant capital ships without any exchange of value? Isn't that slavery? If you're not giving somebody something of value in return for their labor, then you are enslaved. So people have tried to come up with all kinds of different economic models for the. Good luck. It's not economics if there's no money.
Right. But even it just makes me think of my girlfriend back in college when this was brought up, and I was trying to introduce her to Star Trek, and she was watching a bunch of Star Trek episodes, and the idea there was no money that came up, and she was like, "Wait a minute, all this shit happens to you on board the ship, and you don't even get a paycheck?
You don't get paid,
right?" Like, so well, yes,
exactly. That's actually a good argument.
Sign up for all of this. Like, no telling what's going to happen to you on board the starship. Well, do I at least get a good paycheck? Oh, no. There's no paycheck at all. Like, why would you sign up for that?
If I'm promoted to captain, I don't get a raise because I never got paid
raise.
in the first place.
So, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. That was a joke, I think, on Kirk's part here in this episode that makes total sense as a joke in that in that context.
In the dinner scene, especially, yeah.
But then got built out into, I think.
Well, what's funny is Kirk didn't pay for the food. He did have money from the glasses that he sold, so he literally forced her to pay.
Yeah, well, that could have been humorous if he brought out, "Oh yes, I've got money," and he's got $2. There you go.
There you go. That ought to cover it.
There you go. But I do love, yes, because we're talking about the exact change line, because we're getting to the point where Spock. I love the line where Spock is starting to triangulate all this stuff on this. And then, all right, so here's how we're going to find this, and then the bus pulls up. And I love talking about that Kirk looks at that and goes, "I think we'll find what we're looking for at the Citation Institute in Alameda." Pair of
yeah.
I love Spock's response. He turns around and goes, "How do you know this?"
And Kirk gets pretty smug about it. He's very smug. He's like, "Simple logic," and he kind of walks by him. And then they get, what does it mean? Exact change.
Change? What is that?
So again, they're doing a great job.
That's perfect.
They do a great job of the fish out of water dialogue, because I've seen movies get it wrong where you put a fish out of water and the dialogue, they're trying to be funny and they're not. But Star Trek 4 is pretty consistently funny. Even little stuff. I laugh pretty harder than I normally do, when Uhura and Chekhov are trying to find the nuclear vessels.
Okay, wait a minute. Hang on. We'll just get to that. Hang on.
Okay.
1 second. Because I found I was reading in the director's commentary, the next scene is the yellow pages. If you can't find it, check the yellow pages.
Yes.
And that was apparently a late breaking kind of thing because they were supposed to look at a billboard. Like, we can't find something because it's so cool.
It seems like a setup for a joke that they never.
I
did the
can't find,
punchline.
where do we find this? And they're walking by this, but they were supposed to look at a billboard that says "Can't find it. Check the yellow pages." But it's so much better that one of their prop people or something like we could paint that. So they painted that on the side of that building. So they were like, wait a minute, we could make it on the building as they're walking by. And so, yeah, we can't find something. And they're walking by this big building that says now, of course, in today's world, nobody understands what the Yellow Pages is.
Right. That's right.
But at the time, you're wondering, where do we get something? And there's this gigantic building behind us. So you can't find it, try the Yellow Pages. And they're like, oh, wait, Yellow Pages. Maybe
I almost thought there was a scene that was supposed to accompany that of them trying to find something in the Yellow Pages. But
that should have been right, like trying to like hang on, like what do we do about that? So, but then we cut to the next scene is the Chekhov scene that you're talking about. So then go from there.
Because even normies, even people who aren't into Star Trek, they all know the joke about Wessels. The Wessels joke has made its way into kind of mainstream pop culture that people know the joke about Wessels. And almost anytime someone's I've seen people impersonating a Russian just to be funny, and they'll say the word, like if you're impersonating someone from Australia, they're like, put a few shrimps on the Barbie. Anytime someone does like a Russian, you'll hear them say Wessels. And it's Star Trek 4 gave us this little gem with Wessels.
So according to Leonard Nimoy, that this was improvised.
Really?
Because the police officer that just stares at him was part of their security detail as they were walking around and trying to shoot in Los Angeles.
Really?
And so that officers was actually going around with them as part of security, as part of Los Angeles. And he was like, all right, hey, we have this idea, go up there. And they just told the police officer, that's a real police officer. And he said, just stare at him. Just stare at it.
Dude, I laughed so much harder than I ever had at this scene in the past when I was watching it over the weekend. He's like, do you know where the nuclear Wessels are? Like, here's someone who's like pleading with this officer, and the officer is just like, no response whatsoever. And even check up, hello, like he's getting mad at the guy.
Nuclear Wessels.
Yeah, and the human thing to do as a police officer is be like, what are you looking for? Like some clarification, the one question just to narrow it down. This guy doesn't even give him that. He's just like, I don't know what you're asking me. I don't know why. I don't care. I'm not going to react. Like, well, this guy just stares him down.
The risk of the explaining the joke kind of things. Yes, he's completely unreactive, but because you've got this guy with this, in the height of the Cold War. So we're talking about in the context of the Cold War. Hello. This Russian guy who comes up to you and is like, "Can you tell me where your nuclear vessel? Can you nuclear vessels?"
That's almost like
trying to find. And then so the police officer would be completely skeptical of the Russian man coming up and asking for the U.S. nuclear. But then the extra layer on top of that is that why the hell would a Russian spy be wandering around the streets of San Francisco asking police officers to find the nuclear vessel?
And I have a comment about that later on something else, the incompetence of them. But what's funny is it reminds me of Team America when he's like, "Hi, I'm Ahmed. I'm a terrorist." Like that's how they refer to themselves. Or he's like, "Hey, you know when the terrorist attacks are coming up?" When he's in the terrorist bar. Such a dumb scene. But yeah, and then there's even one more little punchline where the nicer lady, he's like, "Do you know where the naval yards are in Alameda?" She's like, "Ooh, I don't know. I think they're over in Alameda." And he's like,
"Oh yeah,
what I just said."
And Leonard Nimoy in that said that was not that was also just something that they did. And then after she came up with that, he said, we wrote her a contract and paid her.
Oh, cool. That's awesome, actually. I didn't know that.
So that she was like, just she was not contracted, but they shot that scene, and then after it was shot, it was like, all right, pay her, and we'll put that in the movie.
Man, well, they were doing very good with their improv.
Excuse me, because I love that human element of filmmaking. That okay, we got 11 hours here walking around San Francisco, and we have got to get the following things.
Yeah.
That
Nuclear
human
power.
element of filmmaking again. So we got to get this and we got to get this,
Yeah.
and this is what you came up with. And Brianna, when she's talking about directing, she says she loves that element of filmmaking.
Oh,
she
yeah,
loves
improv.
the pressure. It's the pressure that, okay, we're trying to make art here, but we've got a limited amount of time. Like, we're making art, but if it's not right, we can't do it for 3 days because we got to be done by the end of the day.
Yeah.
And so we got to make art, and we got to make art on a schedule.
Well,
so,
I almost think that helps movies because you start to get creative and resourceful by necessity. Part of the problem with modern movies is with CGI, with unlimited budget, you could do anything, and they end up putting all the stuff in there that they shouldn't have. It actually weakens the film. But yeah, it's funny.
The opposite of some things when they're talking about the what are they calling it? The like the scrapbooking movie.
Oh yeah, that's
approach.
terrible.
Like when they're talking about like Indiana Jones, where they just shoot multiple versions of a bunch of different scenes, and then they're going to put the movie together.
That's so wasteful, and it's so indecisive on your story.
It's very indecisive, and it's a completely opposite approach to that approach to the idea of filmmaking.
Yeah. Well, we get another big dose of the 80s with that punk rocker.
The punk rocker is next, yes. So now here is the punk rocker scene, right? Yes.
I loved it, and it's great too because he's a if you're living in 1986 and someone's blasting their boombox, it's a general social discourtesy. So the idea, and most people aren't confrontational enough to confront a guy like this on a bus. So it's just nice that you have this kind of a super nuisance in the back of the bus, and it's solved only by this, Vulcan nerve pinch that only Spock can do, and he gets the he gets the applause from the people on the bus. I get a kick out of that.
Well, Leonard Nimoy, to go back, this is about where I got in the director's commentary, but the director's commentary, Leonard Nimoy said this scene sprung from an actual experience that he had on the street.
Oh, really?
About somebody who was being a nuisance with his boombox and all of that Leonard Nimoy actually encountered on the street. And he had thought in his mind, if I were Spock, I would nerve pinch that guy. And then he wrote the scene in here.
That's
because
great.
Of an actual experience on the street.
Well, this is where they get that discussion about your language seems to be laced with, how shall I say, more colorful metaphors.
More colorful metaphors, yes.
Yeah.
Well, even
simply
I
how
love
they
to
talk
start
here.
this like Admiral, Jim. He used to call me Jim.
Yeah.
This is the second time it's come up, and then Spock is just completely not responding, and then Kirk's like, "What's your question?"
Anyway,
all right.
what's your question?
And then we go into colorful metaphors. I've noticed there are a lot of colorful metaphors.
But they did have some decent dialogue there with the idea of like, why are you swearing? Because after this, and we'll get to it when we get to it, but Spock begins to attempt swearing, and he is not good at it. So this is where we get introduced to Jillian Taylor, played by Catherine Hicks.
Mm-hmm.
And I loved her. I really, as a boy, I had a little bit of a crush on her.
Well, and this was a contractual part of the movie from William Shatner's part. That
it is?
In
the
movie, he had to have that in order to do another Star Trek movie. That in the contract, he had to have a love interest.
Oh, okay. I believe it. I didn't know it.
and so that's why Jillian is in this movie.
Well, I thought she was really good.
Well, I mean, she's good, but I mean, that's why that was that in because contractually, Bill Shatner was like, I want a love interest in this movie. So,
well, he didn't get one in the first 3, so
right, yeah,
they owed him one. But I thought she was a great character. She was very convincing in this role. And what's interesting is the other thing that she's really known for, besides Star Trek 4, is Seventh Heaven, where she co-stars with Commander Decker, Stephen Collins.
Oh.
Which is interesting. Yeah, the Seventh Heaven show. It's her and Decker. I always thought that was kind of funny that Decker ends up with Gillian Taylor, not Kirk. So
that's interesting.
Decker outmanned him. But yeah, she's great in this. She's kind of this let's be honest, she's a little semi-hysterical at times in this, and very passionate about her cause. I thought she was really good. They gave her a very straightforward introduction. She's literally a tour guide. So this is one of the few times, I normally don't like this, where they are preaching in a movie through the guise of having you taking a tour with a cetacean specialist, a marine biologist. And they show you how man is hunting whale, how they're being hunted to extinction. The tour guides ask a few questions. She answers them. And I love Spock at one point. He's like, to hunt a species to extinction is illogical. And she looks at him and whoever said the human race was logical, which is, although it's funny, it's in line with the theme of him on that failing that test, that humans make illogical decisions. So it's just interesting. This is the dark side of human illogical behavior. But I loved her. I loved her comeback there. Whoever said the human race was logical, bro.
Her interaction with them is going to be, well, actually, Sable Phoenix is talking about this. Is talking about the level that is, and that So I agree that their interaction with them is huge.
Well, she brings a really convincing humanity to the cause. So this is an environmental movie about the extinction of whales, which was a big topic, endangered species. We covered this, but it was a big topic at the time. And she was someone who didn't just like intellectually espouse the cause. She was like very passionately willing to engage with this cause. I mean, she slaps her boss in one scene. She's very emotional about this cause. And I think that passion of hers, to Sable Phoenix's point, does sell the part of the movie that is the most absurd, which is the idea of going back in time to get whales. That's so ridiculous of a plot point. But she cares so much about it that now we care so much about it in the context of this film.
Yes. And, actually, in the director's commentary, Leonard was saying that for a while, with a bunch of different iterations of the script, and for a long time, he said that I was very hung up on the idea that we were going to go back in time and get a plant. So really? There were a lot of iterations, apparently, of the script where they were going back in time for a plant.
Wow.
Because he said that the idea was something like there was going to be some type of disease or something that was let loose on Earth. And the only
and he went with the whale plot instead.
Well, he said, but he was thinking with the disease, and then the only remedy to the disease, or the only medicine we could make, was a plant that had gone extinct. And so, but he was like, oh my God! But he said that like every time we were writing this, that like we're going to go back 300 years in the past, and we're going to come back with this little plant. And it just was not working that we bring back this plant.
Well, there's no emotional impact on the extinction of a plant.
Right. And so he said that when somebody finally, I forget how they brought that up, that when somebody finally brought up the idea of a whale, he was like, okay, well, now that makes it something that you're going to, something, first of all, it's something large that you're actually going to deal with. Like, you're not running around the potted plant. We've got it. Here we go. It's
you're not grabbing a whale, throwing it in a bag.
And then also it's something that, yes, even Gillian Taylor can have an emotional attachment to, in a way that perhaps nobody's having the emotional attachment to the plant, even though it may be important, the emotional attachment to the plant isn't there, but it is to the whale. And so he said, as soon as we hit upon the whale idea, a lot more of this movie started to work. And I can completely see that. Because if you try to rewrite this movie where they got to go in a plant.
What's weird is that's actually more believable than an extraterrestrial whale race that came back. But again, they somehow got away with it. Normally, I hate activism in movies. Usually it's very disruptive and very weak to story. Usually, this one I thought they actually put an activist style message in this, and I thought they did a very good job with it. And again, it came through in the writing. Did you know that I think until 2008, that was it 2008 or 2004, that Star Trek 4 was the highest grossing environmentalist film of all time?
I did not know.
I think the movie 2012, not 2010, 2012 became an environmentalist movie. And I think that beat it at the box office. And then all these disaster movies got ranked as environmentalist film. Avatar, obviously, is the one that not only won the highest grossing environmentalist movie, but is one of the highest grossing films of all time, is the highest grossing film of all time globally. But for the longest time, it was Star Trek 4 as your leading box office till for a movie with an environmentalist theme. I think that's awesome.
I want to say that I really wanted to spoof this sequence with Spock and Kirk at the Cetacean Institute.
Yeah.
Brianna and I wrote it as part of the Cultists. So
really?
I want to say that if we had a lot more money in season 2 of the Cultists, we were going to spoof this sequence in this part of Star Trek 4 in the Cultists.
Really?
Yeah, because so as we had it written, if we had more money, wait, the main Cultists. Oh my God, I can't even. I'm losing my mind here. Anyway, I was going to take Rob to the aquarium. So in episode 2, they go to the lake.
Okay.
Okay, because he's trying to help out Rob, our main cultist. Oh my God, it's not Steve, because Steve is me. I can't even believe I'm blanking on the main character of the show. But anyway, so they were going to go to an aquarium, and so that's where Rob was going to be at home. And it would have been great to see like Rob looking at all the fish going over him in the tunnel, like a tunnel with all of the fish and things like that that are going on. And then I really wanted to spoof the scene where, Kirk is sitting there and then can't find Spock. And then, Jillian's like, they sing the song, and then the old woman's like, maybe he's singing to that man,
that
and then
was
Spock is singing,
hysterical.
swimming down. So I really wanted there to be a scene where our main cultist is there at the taking Rob to the aquarium, and then he's walking down with the tour guide just like this. And then he realizes, wait a minute, where's Rob? Rob's gone, and then somebody's saying something, and then where's Rob? Well, and then maybe he's talking to that man. And so then Rob, being, so obsessed with fish, has jumped into the aquarium. And I wanted to be just like Spock is swimming down for all of a sudden, he's played by Peter. Peter is Mike, God. So Mike played by Peter, so Mike then looks at I wanted it to be just like Kirk when he pulls out. Oh my God! He looks into the aquarium like, oh my God! And then Rob is swimming down toward the other fish to have communion with the fish. We were going to spoof this.
Oh man, that'd have been great.
That would have been so great, because then Mike would have been like, oh my God. And then Mike, and then you cut back up where Mike is going, what are you doing? And then just like Spock is getting out of that, Rob getting out of the, because he was trying to communicate with the fish.
What?
Right. Yeah. So that was what we would love to have done. But of course there was no money. And so we instead had Mike take Rob to the lake.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that's episode, I believe, 2 of season 2. So we ended up with a lake scene because, there's not as much money. But
that would have been great.
An infinite amount of money, we would have repeated this scene with Kirk and Spock as Mike and Rob.
That's great, man. That would have been hysterical. I remember as a boy when I saw it at the movie theaters, like my dad had already seen it, but my dad lost it at this scene. I'll not, to the point where me and my sister were like embarrassed by how loud he was laughing at this scene. So to this day, when I see this scene, I still recall the utter hilarity with which my dad had become consumed in watching this, because Kirk's reactions are great. He's like, oh my god, what should I do? Is there any solution to this? And then Jillian is great. She's like, what the hell? And she goes racing up there and she confronts him immediately. And Spock's almost like, what do I do? You know, he doesn't look like he's. In fact, he ignores her. He doesn't say anything to her.
Right.
He just kind of looks at her and he's like, Admiral. And what's interesting is he goes, Admiral, you know, if we assume these whales are ours to do with as we please, we would be just as guilty as those who caused their extinction. Right? That's the line. And what's funny is that is an ethical premise that they obviously realized is a problem, that if you just use the whale for your purposes, then you're still violating the whale's free will. You're violating the whale's right to live as it is, whatever. They never address that. He brings it up and he's like, good point. All right, carry on. Like Spock brings up this great point or this ethical fallacy in the mission, and they never come back to it, and they never really change course because of it. It's just funny that they kept it in there. It's like we're aware that this might be wrong.
Point. They do bring that up. I guess I thought that Spock through the mind meld had addressed that.
Oh, that he
was doing a two-way communication. So he
does say that he wanted to know how, or he's like, they're very upset about the way their people have been treated or something like that.
Yeah. So I guess I thought the way that had been addressed was that it was a two-way communication, that we can't just do this unilaterally, but I've communicated our intention. But you're right, it's not completely clear. It's not completely clear.
Yeah, he says I see what you're saying. It does seem like that was two-way, that it was a two-way communication, but the way it's presented in dialogue. What's that?
Yeah, that could be clearer. That could
right
definitely be
in dialogue. He just says we have an ethical problem, and this is it, and then they just move past it. They don't really say that they solved it necessarily. But what's funny,
Spock never says I've asked and they've agreed to come forward in the future.
They
that
agreed to save their
line
people.
Was not said. Yes.
Let my people go. The Moses of humpback whale.
Right. The Moses of humpback. Like, okay, then we're going forward. Yes.
This is also the first time, and it is pretty freaking funny every time he does it. Spock, what are you doing? Attempting the hell to communicate.
The hell to communicate.
He tries to swear for the first time.
Right.
The hell they didn't. Spock is the best bad swearer I've ever encountered in my life.
So a lot of these scenes, like the scenes where they are coming up, are all special effects. When you see the humpback whale, they
really
said that they recreated this that pin from the Cetacean Institute on the Paramount parking lot or whatever, on the Paramount lot.
Interesting.
And that way when you see the characters up against a rail and a whale comes by, that's a robotic whale that comes by.
Oh, the blowhole part.
Yeah. So all of that they made sure that was
Kirk's reaction to that is pretty authentic. He looks like a boy in wonder, like just amazed at this species. His look there is pretty convincing, pretty endearing to the thought of saving a species that has been destroyed on Earth. So anyway, yeah, I love the introduction of Jillian Taylor. I love that it starts in conflict. That it's not a well-received meeting between the two. And I also get a kick out of her and Kirk when she's like, "You're not one of these bozos from the military trying to teach whales to retrieve."
Oh, right. Yeah. Because then she drives up while they're trying to get back. Yeah.
Well, but he's like, "No, ma'am, no dipshit."
No
It's just that Kirk is trying to get the hang of the swearing as well.
Well, and we have the idea that they are actually right before that Chekhov and Uhura are going to the Enterprise.
Right.
The
So
ship
this
they're
is
looking at the Enterprise.
right, and this is where we switch to a much more serious side mission, which is the Uhura Chekhov mission. And this one I thought was very well done in terms of framing Chekhov in the context of the Cold War.
Yes.
They decide that they're going to sneak on board the Enterprise, which is the name of the nuclear vessel, and use a Klingon collector to get enough nuclear energy, and then beam back to the ship.
And Kirk approves that plan, and then that's when Gillian Taylor drives up.
Right,
So
and
that's
this
when you get this. Yes.
is some of. I think
I love this scene.
Yes, this scene going for the rest of the movie between Gillian, Kirk, and Spock is awesome. It's well written. It is beautifully acted. I love all the characters. The humor in this is so natural and authentic and genuinely funny at such a simple level. And it sets up a rather poignant moment later, in my opinion, because at the toward the end, when she sees Spock without his bandana, she realizes that he's he's an alien race, and he's just like, "Welcome aboard."
Yes,
that restores Spock's dignity like that, because
right.
The humor here is not totally at Spock's expense, but it certainly doesn't make him look like the intellectual, powerhouse. He's kind of the butt of the joke in some of these. And that line later where he's like, "Welcome aboard," and he's very serious and solemn about it, all that's out the window because this is the real man. And she didn't know that. And I love that.
The payoff, I think the actual line that's the payoff is that Kirk says in the truck, "You're not exactly catching us at our best."
Yeah.
And Spock says, "That much is for certain."
That much is certain.
And she looks at them like
well, it's
but then when Spock turns around and says, "Welcome aboard,"
yes,
now he is at his best.
Yes, you are seeing him as he is.
And it's an important payoff because that's right. You're not exactly catching his best. Well, that much is for certain. Right, exactly. Right. This is really not when you want to see Kirk and Spock. It really is. And then when she sees them in their best.
Yeah,
right?
and
So
that's the payoff. That is a very important moment. I always like it when that moment comes. When I'm watching, I'm always like, yes, she gets to, the ditzy guy, as she refers to him, which is hysterical description of Spock.
There's some ditzy guy. Right?
I don't know why you hang around that ditzy guy who hangs out in the park and calls you Admiral. What a hysterical chunk of dialogue that is. And I could never imagine someone referring to Spock as ditzy. So to have all of that erased so perfectly, I'm so proud of the writers for getting that.
Well, and also the dialogue in the truck scene, the dialogue about the Italian meal was improvised.
Yeah, where she's like, "You guys like Italian?" And they're like, "No, yes, no, yes, no,
yes,
yes,
no." Right.
And
that
then he's
was
like,
improvised.
I love Italian. Huh?
That was improvised.
It was?
Set. Yes, because the script, she just says, "Do you guys like Italian?" And then Kirk says yes, and Spock says no simultaneously. So they were supposed to say yes
that
or
would
no.
have been funny too. But
so they had the idea. So, once they got that scene where she's, "Do you guys like Italian?" and then Kirk says yes and no, William Shatner said, "Okay, let's play with this. Let's do this something else." So they improvised the scene where it's yes, no, yes, no, yes.
I love it because
I love Italian.
Like,
and so do you.
Someone
and that was an improvised scene right there.
I love it because Jillian represents us in the scene. She's the regular person in the 80s. And so what a weird exchange. No, yeah, and then he's like, "I love Italian." And he's like, "And so do you." And then Spock's like,
"Yes."
If I was her, I'd be like, I don't even know what to make of these two clowns.
What is going on here?
And it just doesn't make any sense.
But it works so perfectly in the context of everything else. In terms of Spock taking, like, okay, I'm recognizing this is my commanding officer. you know, and that's our relationship. He says that I like this. I do. That, you know, it works so well.
Yeah, and she refers to them as Friar Tuck, Robin Hood and Friar Tuck.
Robin Hood and Friar Tuck. Yes.
I also got a kick out of Kirk improvise, Kirk is improvising, not Shatner. It was like, yeah, he was part of the free speech movement at Berkeley. A little too much LDS.
Oh, LDS, right? Yes. And she's like LDS. Okay. I know. I love that line too. Right?
Yeah, it's great because he doesn't know he made the faux pas, and he just keeps on going with it and everything. And she just doesn't call him on it past that. But all of that is very well done, and I think I think these are the scenes that really made us love the movie because we ended up really loving the characters, how they interacted with each other, and it made the plot less important, I guess, to me as the viewer, because I was just having so much fun. And normally I err on side of you have to have a good plot. This was simply one of the movies that escaped that part of my criticism. And it seems like this that made it. But also it ends in a pretty big reveal when out of the blue, Spock is like, Gracie is pregnant. And she's like, right, she slammed on the brakes. And it's, again, such bizarre dialogue. She's like, okay, how do you know that? No one knows that. And he's like, Gracie does.
Gracie does.
I mean, the dialogue works because only Spock could talk to Gracie. I love it. It's just very interesting how they solve these little plot points with very, very sharp dialogue.
So then we go to Spock and Scotty and McCoy at the aluminum plant.
Right, and this is humorous as well.
It's very humorous. This was a favorite of mine as a kid as well.
Well, and this one brings up a time travel fallacy that it's so funny. It's never really sit well with me with the transparent aluminum. To this day, I'm like, man, this is so not okay. and the way they solve it is so ridiculous. He's like, hey, you realize if you give him this formula, you're altering the future. And he's just like, why? How do you know he didn't invent it? It's like, Scotty, that's a really low bar you've set because you can look it up. Did this guy invent transparent aluminum or not? They don't even take the time to do the research on that. They just let's assume he invented it and move on.
I love the scene. I love all the dialogue about the scene, and I love the scene. But you're right. But there's an additional problem that he goes, hey, listen, how thick would your polycarbonate or whatever it is they're using would have to be at this particular dimension, 60 feet by whatever, to contain this much? And he says 6 inches. We carry that in stock. Oh, well, they were bolting that together on the Starship. 6 inches. Okay. So instead of, 2.5 inches, which we're expecting for transparent aluminum, we just need to back the other side of this off by, another 4.5 inches. And then a 6-inch piece of polycarbonate will slide in here. And there's no problem because they just have that in stock.
So they had what they needed.
Yeah, they had what they needed, right? There was no reason to give them.
I actually never thought of that.
Because he's like, oh, yeah, clearly 6 inches. We have that in stock.
We have 6
inches. I mean, that's not a big deal, right? I mean, okay. Oh, you have that in stock, 6 inches? Okay, well, then we'll take this much amount, we'll buy this, whatever. Because then it would have just fit just fine.
And, knowing so in 1986, personal computers were still kind of cool and or new. I remember having a Commodore 64 when I was a kid. So it's funny now that we understand computers and modems and interconnectivity and computation and program. We understand. So it's funny that Scotty on a 1986 computer can just punch up transparent aluminum by running.
I know he just hits the keyboard.
But the computer even names the molecule. The computer, transparent isn't an intuitive computerized word. So it's like the computer's like, we'll call this transparent aluminum. Here's the molecule. So it's hysterical to me that this computer of this age did all that.
But as Robert McDarris says, speaking into the mouse.
Hysterical.
Scene. No, I mean, I love that scene too. I mean, I love that scene. I can't tell you the number of times as a kid or whatever, we reenacted that scene when we were sitting down at the computer
Oh, totally.
and like that, and then like we pick up the mouse and like, hello, computer. It's not like talking. Like we did that so often. Like that scene is so culturally important.
Well, and it's funny a couple times because he sits down, he's like, computer?
Computer.
Hello, computer. And then Bones thinks he's the smart ones and hands him the mouse, and he's like, hello, computer. And it's funny because if you watch,
well, he says, he says, how quaint.
Yeah.
And you think he's got it. And I remember asking my mother what the word quaint meant.
That's when I learned the word quaint too.
The great. It's like, oh, how quaint. And then you think he's going to use the mouse as it's supposed to be used. And then, hello, computer.
He says, it's funny if you watch the guy, the industrial manufacturer, he's really concerned. He's kind of watching these guys and he's like, he looks pretty concerned about this whole interaction. And he actually says quaint when he goes, just use the keyboard. And that's when Scotty goes, the keyboard. How quaint. And it's almost like, what else would we be using, man? How quaint.
I also love the line where, McCoy is saying that it has told them that this guy, we've come, but there's a problem. He says that we've come to learn about your polycarbonate or transparent aluminum, and they don't know anything about it. And
don't know anything
about it. Not obviously not thinking, don't know anything about your visit, except for he interprets this as don't know anything about the subject that we're supposed to be talking about. Don't know anything about it. And then he goes, I've traveled millions and millions
thousands
of miles. And I love it when McCoy goes, thousands. And he goes, thousands of miles. I love that.
I always got, dude, it's great. It's hysterical. And I love when he's like, Mr. Scott, don't worry, we've sorted it out. And he's like, he's agreed to show us around. He's like, and then Scotty gets like really, he's like, really jolly about it.
Don't bury yourself in the park.
Yeah, he's like, may my assistant join us? Like he really looks down at Bones, and Bones like, hey, enough, bro. And Scotty doesn't even respond. He just kind of looks at him and is ready to go on. But I loved it. I thought it was hysterical interplay. Bones and Scotty is a weird team anyway.
It is. It is a weird team. It is.
And they work great together.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I think we get a brief. The smallest mission of them all is Sulu's. It gets the smallest amount of
Sulu is
time.
Supposed to be with Scotty and McCoy. Because he's part of that team, but he gets a very small part of that. Yeah.
It's very brief. And they don't really show how he paid to rent a helicopter because it's got to be more than the $20 Kirk shelled out on the street. And they have some decent dialogue there where he's like, "You fly?" And he's like, "Yeah, totally." It's Sulu we're talking about. But they do kind of skip that. They don't devote that much time to Sulu's mission. And Sulu just kind of comes through in the end there. But hold on, what was I going to say? Oh yeah. Anyway, I was just gonna say it was great with Scotty and Bones. I remember even as a kid, I think to your point, those are some of my favorite lines to like say at like a dinner table or something. Like if you're just trying to make your dad or your sister laugh, you could just recite those lines and everyone just loves those moments in the movie.
Since Abel Things is saying hello, computer is great.
Hello,
I know that. So in like the early 90s, how many times because we didn't get to go up to play on the computer all that much. I mean, we had some because there were some computer games, but the computer was my mother's for work, so that's why it was there. There was a work computer, but you had computer games. And so sometimes my uncle would come over and say, hey, here's a computer game you can play. So when we would get on there, I'm sure like my younger brother and I know,
hello,
I remember pulling up the mouse and hello, computer, and replaying all of that scene in the early 90s when trying to work on my mom's computer.
Well, it's great because at the time that was such cutting edge technology, and here comes the Star Trek characters, and they look at it like it's ridiculously old fashioned.
Hello,
Yeah,
computer.
absolutely. No
Hello,
question about it,
computer.
man.
Right, yes, it's true. It's absolutely true.
Okay. So we switch back to Kirk and Jillian here, right? They're getting ready to go to dinner.
Oh, right. So yeah, so they shove Spock off in
Which-
the park.
Which here's another example as a writer. You're like, okay, if I'm conceiving this scene in my mind, I'm like, you can't really have Kirk, Spock, and Jillian go on a date. It really takes away from
Especially if you're contractually obligated to have Kirk have a
right. So
romantic
how do you
interest.
get
They
Spock
have to
out
have
of the
it.
scene? How do you get Spock out of the scene? They don't have a good answer. The writer writes into the script his lack of an answer for this. I love it. He's like, you're just going to drop him off at the park? And Kirk's like, it's his way. That's
his
not
way.
a good answer.
Well, but but you know, after the weirdness, I mean, you can completely see it happening after the weirdness of the, do you like Italian? Yes, no, yes, no, yes, yes. And so do you. That at some point it says, like, just drop me off at the park. Okay. We'll go to like, you can, I feel like you can see how that conversation went.
Well,
and then like, okay, just take him to the park. We'll go have dinner. And like, he's just going to hang out at the park. Yeah.
Well, to your point, how she becomes desensitized to the weirdness. Later on when he's like, I'm running out of time, you know, and he's like, if you need me, this is where I'll be. And she's like, in the park.
Right. Yeah, I know. That comes up. I love that line too. Yeah, we're getting to that. That's later on. It's like, if you need me, this is where I'll be.
And she's like, but that doesn't make sense. It makes sense.
Yes.
It makes perfect sense.
The park.
Yeah. So I just get a kick out of the fact that the writers never solved what to do with Spock, so they just built it into the script that they don't know what to do with Spock, and they just let it sit there, and it becomes funny in and of itself. I don't know if that was brilliantly done on purpose or just done out of convenience, and it became brilliant, but it's pretty funny how that played out. And then we get our obligatory scene with Kirk and Jillian at dinner. And it looks like they get a nice pizza and a couple of beers in a San Francisco restaurant, right?
This is a very minor point.
Yeah.
This is a very minor point, but I do want to bring it up because I was aware of it for the first time when I was watching this. Kirk's costume, we already understand, is kind of weird.
Yeah.
But I had never noticed before how weird the sleeves of his internal shirt are until this scene, because he's leaning, you know, like this up. So you see the sleeves because he's wearing the jacket.
Right.
It's almost like he's wearing a medieval gambesson. And so I'm really curious about what this whole costume is like. What kind of shirt is this? Because it's a wrap shirt. So that kind of recalls his green wrap shirt, which on the surface I'm okay with because I really like that green wrap shirt from the series. So it's kind of calling that. But then I was really noticing that as he's leaning in, he has got some really weird, like pointed sleeves that are like puffy to this point and then go down. It's some weird looking sleeves that he's got. And I'm like, that looks like some. So he's got, it's a weird costume design.
Well, and this is, again, this conversation between Kirk and Jillian is another case where the enormity of the bizarre, because Kirk is basically telling him he's from the future here.
Right.
Jillian. The enormous problems that a reveal like this should cause and would cause in reality. You'd lose all credibility in real life.
But part of it is based on the fact that she doesn't believe it.
Well,
on a deep level.
So that's how they play it. I think that's why it was considered clever writing. She's playing along just for the sake of amusing herself. That's the way it comes across. And it's funny too, because she's like, why don't you just take it, tell me from the top, tell me like who you are. And they have this like back and forth of uncomfortable laughter, like, and then she kind of laughs. And then I thought that was pretty funny. And then he says what I think is a great line. He goes, what if I could take those whales somewhere where they would never be hunted? And that I thought is such a simple what if to present to Jillian Taylor.
Because it's what she wants.
It is. I wrote down it's a dream offer.
Yeah.
It's like the genie came out and you're going to get your wish, the way he words it. So the writer did a really good, skilled job of Kirk, without being tricky or deceptive or manipulative, almost giving the most seductive possible what if he could give.
Yes.
In this exchange. And I loved it. What if I could take the whales to a place they'd never be hunted? Because that's such a yes, I'll take it presentation of that question that I think it sets up later after, because she ends up leaving him and coming back later. It sets up to me the moment when she returns after, when she finds out that the whales shipped out early, and she's lost all hope. She's in her car and she's mad, and she gets the idea, I'm going to go to the park to find Admiral Kirk. I think this line sets that up, the dream offer. He it's like extending your hand to offer this dream thing. And I love that. I thought that was just a well-written.
That's a fantastic point. I'm the weirdo. I mean, because the whole thing has been I'm the weirdo, right?
Yeah.
But wait a minute. I can offer you your dream offer. That's a fantastic point.
Yeah. It plays well, because that's the one time she looks at him and kind of like is disarmed by him a little bit. And then I think her response is, who are you? At some point where the dream can't be true, right? There's no place he could take whales where they can't be hunted. She just responds with, who are you? And I love that, because it's such a hopeless, it's almost like there's no hope, but
right.
Out of a small splinter of optimism, her one question is, who are you?
Who are you? Right. Yes. You're right. And before that, right, you're completely right. That's a great response to that. Who are you? Because it's a little bit of hope, because it's a weird hope. It's a weird hope, but a small hope, but she's going to cling on to it. It is. Yeah.
Well, and you made a point earlier, and I said I would get back to it later. And this is the part where the script gets lucky in a sense, either by design or by luck, where my note was, these characters are ridiculous. If they were con men, which is the most likely scenario, if you met these guys in real life, they're either pranking you or they're con men.
Well, pranking you, idiots or con men.
Right. Totally. But certainly nothing serious. And I was like, the way that they're convincing is because they're so hopelessly incompetent and bad at this that you can't question their nefariousness, because they're so sincere.
That is a fantastic point.
You know what I'm saying? They're
because
like,
he doesn't have the money to pay for dinner.
Yeah, like they're if they're con men, they couldn't be this incompetent. They would never lead off with "I'm from the future." Like they're so bizarre and so sincere simultaneously that it actually allows us, the audience, to believe that Jillian might eventually believe these guys. Because what else would explain the incompetence of these guys? They stick out so much. Like con men, like you would want to blend in, you would want to establish trust, you would want to be as credible as possible. These guys are the opposite of all that. So I just realized that this level of incompetence is what makes them so believable.
That is a great point. That is a fantastic point.
So anyway, I felt like the dinner was where, what they're saying is so incoherent that it couldn't be a good con. that was the note.
I also love the line that is, before all of that, she's like, let me guess, you're from outer space. And I love that he says, no, I'm from Iowa. I only work in outer space. I love that line. That was a great line.
To your point, her playing along, she's like, oh, well, I knew outer space was going to come into this. It's such a perfect, like, I don't believe you, but I want to hear more. That's the subtext to that line. And Chrono says, doesn't she say something about Spock calling him Admiral? Yes, it's a great line.
That's when
she goes, why do you hang out with that ditzy guy who hangs out in the park and calls you Admiral? That's 3 strikes, man. That is 3 strikes for that guy to be easy to understand for her.
Because it's not like you look like any of that, right? It's not like you're looking like any kind of admiral that is coming.
Yeah, which also will set up the line later on when she realizes the truth of her situation, the poignancy of it. So, and I think this is where Kirk signs off for her, where he's like, I'm running out of time. If you need me, this is where I'll be. And she's like, in the park,
No, she says noon tomorrow.
Oh,
because when is this happening? Noon tomorrow. So we have a time constraint put on that this isn't going to last forever. And he's like, noon tomorrow. Oh my God, we got to go. So all of a sudden you put on that we don't have forever to rescue this whales. We get a time constraint put on.
A ticking clock,
and they stand up.
Right. Right. So yeah, that rushes the scenario. And he gives her a good final sales pitch. He's like, if I have to, I'll go out to the open sea to get him. I'd much rather have yours. That's a pretty good sales pitch. If she wants to believe him, he's giving her a framework to believe her at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like the writers and I feel like William Shatner did a convincing job of breaking her character down to a point where we'll go with her if she decides to believe these guys.
We do break from the dinner scene back to the Enterprise, the
HMS Bounty.
No. I mean the nuclear vessel. We break onto that to see Chekhov and Uhura.
Yes,
and this is when we start to see them breaking in, and so there is a break after that to see them getting whatever. And I know that I've been watching Sable Phoenix's comments go by that that this is not realistic, but I'm still taking it. I think that this is a plot thing that they've got this weird Klingon device or whatever kind of device it is that, okay, fine. That's they're collecting it. I don't know. I'm by. We can critique that from the plot perspective and the science perspective, I'm sure, but I'm still taking it from the story perspective.
Well, the one advantage of science fiction, like lightsabers or TIE fighters and stuff, we don't know. Like inertial dampeners. If you go in light speed, why aren't you standing? So to me, it was one of those. That's what this device does.
And critically, they have to be there next to it. It's not something they can beam up.
Yeah, that's true.
They have to be there next to it.
Yeah, there was a physical rule that went with it.
To try to collect whatever.
Well, and then the crew detects a power drain on the ship.
Okay, right. So then you cut back. That's when you cut back, that's when Jillian drops off Kirk at the park.
Oh, okay. And
and they have that. And says, this is where I'll be in the park. Yes. Okay. So that's when you
right. So they left that at not a cliffhanger, but they left that unresolved.
And then as she's driving off, there's the light.
Yeah, he beams aboard.
That's obviously when he was beamed aboard the craft.
Well, and then there's a small scene on the Bird of Prey where Kirk says he's like, if we he's spelling out how this would all fail, and then Spock just says, well, then our mission would fail. He goes, our mission would fail. He's like, we're talking about all life on Earth. He's like, don't you have any goddamn feelings about that? And he really kind of calls out Spock and storms off. And Spock, I took the scene as him trying. I see this scene as being connected to him taking the tests on Vulcan. Yes, how do you feel?
Yes, because
he contemplates Kirk's. He doesn't react to it. He doesn't get mad or defensive. He just kind of stands there and he thinks. And is this where he says he's a man of deep feelings, or is that later?
It might be coming up soon. Because Kirk and Sulu and Uhura have finished their collection.
Okay, actually, it comes later.
And call on board, and then that's when everybody's like, "Okay, now we're detecting the power loss. Go and figure out what's going on board this craft."
Right. So, and I actually love this scene. It's a fun escape scene with Chekhov. So Uhura beams aboard because of the dilithium crystals. They can only bring
so many people aboard. Uhura come aboard,
and Uhura they beam her up, And
I like that Chekhov allows her to go. So her, get out of here.
And Chekhov, the Russian, is left aboard an American nuclear vessel during the Cold War. And it's really interesting because you can hear the boots and the dogs coming from far away. And then he's like, Scotty, now would be a good time. And then suddenly the barrels and the guns are all pointed at his head. They got him.
Well, and you know, I was just watching last night the Next Generation clips on YouTube.
Yeah.
And they reused that line with Captain Picard. It may have been like in the episode, it may have been the episode called In Theory.
Okay.
But Captain Picard, I was watching it, and then Captain Picard is on board a shuttlecraft, and the Enterprise is monitoring. And they're communicating back and forth, and because Picard is piloting the shuttlecraft, and he is trying to do something. He's trying to do something. I only saw like a 4-minute clip on this, but I think, and then they're, oh my God, we're losing communication. And Riker is like, telling Chief O'Brien, make sure you have lock on Picard's communicator in case we have to get him out of there. And then all of a sudden the shuttlecraft is rocking or whatever, and Picard gives the line, O'Brien, now would be a good time.
He reuses it.
He uses that line again, which is a fantastic line. I mean, I love that line when Chekhov is. I love the line from Chekhov. I love it. Now would be a good time. They reuse that even in the Next Generation.
That's funny. Well, and even his body language, he's nervous, and then he finally stands up and he's like, Scotty, like we got seconds.
That would be a good time.
But they capture Chekhov, and I actually love the actor they cast to interrogate Chekhov. He looks exactly like who you would like. He's perfectly cast, like a smart, sophisticated bureaucrat, who's confrontational and just enough, but also friendly enough. And what always I thought is bizarre. Actually, I never used to think it was bizarre. I think it's bizarre now. Chekhov, who knows he's in the past. They're like, who are you? And he's like, I've already told you, I'm Pavel Chekhov, United Federation of Planets.
Yes.
Obviously, they don't know anything about the United Federation of Planets, what your code is, the series of numbers. Why would Chekhov give that answer? Unless it's just that's the only answer I can give and not lie. That's the only
the only answer you can give and not lie and think of at the time. Right. Yeah.
Maybe he's just delaying. But I just thought it was funny that Chekhov says it and then looks at them like they're weird I've already told you I'm with the United Federation of Planets. It's like, Chekhov, they wouldn't know that. And that they wouldn't know that.
Well, there's even the weird, like you would think, again, fish out of water kind of thing when he says something like, let's start this from the top. The top of what? Name. Name. What? Like my name. What? No, my name. I don't know your name. No, I like that's a ridiculous thing because you would think even Chekhov would pick up on sarcasm,
nuances of the language.
Right? Yeah.
What's funny is when he's like, "You play games with me and you're through," and he's like, "Oh, I'm through. Can I go?"
All right.
The guy. It's funny because he never answers. He just leans back to his buddy. He's like, "Hey, what do you think? This guy, he's a Rusky." And he's like, I know he's a Rusky, but he's some kind of a retard or something. And it's funny because you can't say that anymore.
Yes, right. You would not. That line would not be in there anymore. He's some kind of retard or something, right? Yes, I know. But then also they've left the equipment where Chekhov can get to it.
Bizarre, bizarre.
Yeah, which is
and
bizarre.
Then Chekhov uses it, which I found out. For the longest time as a kid, I didn't know if it was a communicator that he was pretending as a phaser, or if it was a real phaser. I think it was both, because there's a scene later where Kirk locks the door by burning the seal with the doctors. He's holding that same kind of device. So I think it was a phaser.
I guess I thought that Chekhov was intending to stun them.
I thought so too. I think it really did short out. Because it makes it
weird. And I think Sable Phoenix has even brought that up.
Oh,
that's kind of weird that, oh my God, the phaser has been shorted out by whatever radiation is unshielded on this nuclear aircraft carrier.
I did think of one possible solution for that device. Maybe it's beaming aboard the radiation, which would only work in such close proximity because a barrier doesn't stop beaming. If you beam aboard something, you go through the hull. So maybe you can only beam radiation in perfect proximity, but you beam it. It's the same technology that you would transport something from one place to another. Anyway, I don't know. I don't even know why I'm bothering to figure that out. But,
now, I remember I was watching on something. Who plays Chekhov?
Walter Koenig.
Right. Yes, he was saying that he was really impressed, or that there was the sequence that follows was really impressed on him because it was about Chekhov and he got his own theme music.
The music's great.
Yeah,
it's very, very good. And that was the one I was trying to think of earlier when I was like, "There's."
Thank you, Sable.
Yes, there it is. When I was trying to think of some of the themes that I like. The Chekhov's Run, I think is what it's called.
Chekhov's Run. He got his own theme music. Yep.
Its own theme music. And by the way, I think the tension of his escape is very good. He gets up, he runs, you hear the naval alarm going off. And as he's running through these like open spaces, all the naval officers start hitting the deck. And then there's these guys with machine guns following
as the Marines are coming through.
I was like, oh shit, this is big. He's not. I mean, he's out in the open. When you see naval sailors all hitting the deck, like by the dozens, it for me that really captured a sense of urgency. And these are all capable. These are sailors. These are U.S. sailors, and they're out. They're out of this fight. The alarm's going off. They're out, and only the Marines who are helmeted and fully armed are chasing them. And Chekhov makes a few moves, and then he makes a mistake and he falls over and collapses. And of course, he's taken into not only custody again, but to the hospital. But I love his escape. I thought it was a very believable Cold War effort to escape an aircraft carrier.
A Cold War effort, yes.
Yeah, like it captured that feel. And it was Chekhov. And like you said, good music and everything. So, but it also throws a wrench into the plans, which is good storytelling now.
Exactly. This is an important from the storytelling perspective. That's a very important moment because they now all of a sudden they've got a missing man, which is about to bring up.
Yes. So, and then actually in my notes, this is when Scotty says he's in a wee bit of a snit.
This is, yes, right. Yes, that's when that comes up.
And then that's when Spock responds with, he is a man of deep feelings. So he's trying to this is resurrected Spock, who's a little different. He's trying to understand Kirk. And I feel like this answer that he gives Scotty is his first serious attempt to understand his old friend, Kirk, with a fresh set of eyes. He's a man of deep feelings. And as he knows, deep feelings are tied to the illogical decision-making process, which comes into play later. So anyway, and this is also the next sequence here, as we move into the final phase of Star Trek IV, Jillian goes to work to find the aquarium where the whales were emptied.
Is empty. Yeah.
And this twit of a guy who they introduced earlier.
Yeah, they brought him in earlier.
And her acting here is actually quite good. She cracks him pretty hard. She's like, "You didn't even give me a chance to say goodbye, you son of a bitch!" And she just whacks him.
Well, and you can completely. Well, the whacking is believable, but also her response is completely believable.
Totally, her acting here is very convincing, very charged. Sometimes in movies, sometimes they show women punching or slapping men and stuff, and it looks so unnecessary or unconvincing or done for effect. Her hitting this guy looks like it looks like a professional slap. Like whack, like she cracks him right across the face. That's her resignation. She's obviously fired and she storms off. She doesn't care. And her passion for these whales, which I was already convinced of, is reinforced very heavily by her reaction to this, because what is she mad at? We already know she's scared about their chances of survival. We already know she doesn't wish them to be released into the open sea because they'll be at risk from whalers. She's mad at him because she didn't even get a chance to say goodbye. That was the reason she gave. You didn't even let me say goodbye to them. And that's when she calls him a name and cracks him. And there's something so simple about that, and endearing. She just wanted to say goodbye to these whales that she felt very protective over.
Completely believable. Completely believable.
And so she goes back to her car. She's out of answers. All hope is lost. And then she remembers Kirk in the park.
In the park. Let's go to the park.
Yeah, this bizarre. What if I could take those whales to a place where they'd never be hunted? This bizarre, haunting offer that he gives her. She's at the point where I'm going to explore it. She's going to go check this out.
Yeah, and unfortunately, she has to be on board a Klingon vessel.
Yeah.
It's not a Federation vessel.
So, yeah, she runs into the ship.
Yep.
Screaming Admiral Kirk. And I do think it's funny that Kirk is just like, let's beam her aboard. Why not? Let's blow our cover.
Well, also, that it has always struck me as odd that Kirk can hear her from within the vessel.
Didn't they show her on like a monitor?
No, they do show her on a monitor, but before they show her on the monitor, that Kirk hears her. Well, no, maybe that is on the monitor, maybe.
Okay, yeah, because I've always taken it that
okay,
it was,
so you take
monitor.
it as that it has always been hearing her on the monitor. Okay, well then maybe so. Okay, then I'll
yeah. Otherwise, those are pretty thin walls.
She's screaming outside, and they hear her through the ship. So okay,
yeah,
so
they
I
shouldn't.
will take it that they heard her through the monitor. Okay, because he does walk over the monitor and see her, and then beams her on board.
And there's some good stuff here. There's some real good stuff. She beams aboard.
I'm not worried about that, Sable Phoenix. Yes, maybe that happens, but from the story structure perspective, I'm not worried about it.
I never noticed that. I want to look at that. I'm going to look for that next time I watch it. Maybe the cloaking device maybe it was off a little bit. Well, no, that they used a real cloaked bird of prey for that scene.
to have her there. No, so yes, maybe there was an inconsistency there, but the story structure goes. She runs into it.
Well, and there's a couple things I like. One,
okay,
she's beamed aboard, right? And now she is getting the reveal. All the ditziness is being explained.
It's here, and this is when Spock is welcome aboard. Right. Now you're seeing them at best. Right.
Love that scene. Every time I see it, I'm always like, yes, Spock has the upper hand again. It's like Spock was here for a little bit, and it's like Yoda. Remember, Yoda was like, and then he's like, he is too young. He is too old to begin the training. Suddenly you get this massive shift in the same person as being like the trickster to the wise guide. And here Spock went from the ditzy guy to the wise guide, in a similar way. And I always love that. And then also, I love what Kirk says. There's two other good things here. Kirk says, "Hi, Alice. Welcome to Wonderland."
Yes.
I love that because I just wrote a book on heroines, and I've studied here Alice in Wonderland, so I appreciate the homage to a heroine-centric story like that. And what a perfect line that is. A reference, which we've talked. Harv Bennett uses a lot of references. HMS Bounty, Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 4, which is in this. And then also, hello, Alice, welcome to Wonderland, which is a good introduction to explain that she's in a rabbit hole. She's gone down the rabbit hole. And then if you watch, there's another good, sharp exchange. He goes, "We can't go anywhere." She says, "You can't go anywhere? What kind of a ship is this?
What kind of spaceship is this? Or a spaceship is this?" Yeah.
If you watch, Shatner's very rough to her. He's like, "It's a ship with a missing man." Like he's sharp with her. He's not. He doesn't explain it nicely. He's like he cares about Chekhov is the way that comes across to me. Is like here he's really upset about Chekhov being hurt, and even Jillian, who he's been really kind of sensitive with. He even snaps at her, and I liked that because to me it underscored the importance of Chekhov to Captain Kirk.
Well, yes, and all of his crew. Yeah.
We've always sensed he loved his crew, and here I think we get to see that confirmed again.
And then we go into the hospital scene.
Well, there's one thing right before that.
Physicians.
There's one thing before that.
Right. Yeah. Because Uhura says, "I found Chekhov. He's going into surgery."
Right. But Spock goes, "We must help Chekhov."
Oh,
and Kirk says,
yes.
And I love the way Spock says it. He goes, "We must help Chekhov." Like there's no other option. And they're like, "Spock, is that the logical thing to do?" And he's like, "No, that is the human thing to do."
You're completely right. And Sable, I'm so glad you brought that up. Yes, because that's such an important point. This is such an important point. Is that the logical thing to do, Spock? No.
Yes, it's one of the themes of the movie.
So
and
important.
I think it's also it's a theme that's in a lot of hero stories, that the hero goes off course in pursuit of something that they have that they care about.
Yes.
And this is so perfectly captured in this film. We must save Chekhov. Spock, is that the logical thing to do? No, it is the human thing to do. It's the illogical thing to do. And he's right. It is illogical. Like I think about it. I'm sure you've seen Black Hawk Down.
Oh yeah.
Is it a good idea to go back? Do we leave no man behind? Is this always a good idea? Yes, we leave no man behind. It's the human thing to do.
If you want to go through Black Hawk Down one night, we'll go through.
Oh man, that one is one of the best war movies ever.
That's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Yeah, but again, there's the code, the illogical. If you care only about military tactics, you do leave men behind, because you don't sacrifice more men. It's the logical, tactical thing to do is to move on. But the human thing to do is to go back, so that every soldier knows that if he falls, we're coming back for you. That's huge. That's huge to me. So Spock's response, it is the human thing to do. I thought was hit the nail on the head.
You're right. That is absolutely a critical point of this movie. Yes.
Yeah. So that takes them on. I guess you would today.
No, wait. Sable says we got to do. We were soldiers. No, it's not say soldiers. We were soldiers once.
No, I think it's called We Were Soldiers.
We were soldiers. Yeah. We were soldiers. We know we're talking the same movie. Oh my God. We may have to stream like 4 nights a week or something. But you're right. That's a great movie too. That's a great movie too. Yeah.
That is a great
movie. But I love Black Hawk Down.
Me too. It's one of the best war movies ever made, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But yeah, so by modern terms, we would call this a side quest, right? But this one works. This one is done very well.
But it's an important complication to their mission. And
it is.
But I can see that, like, what do you do? Okay, wait a minute. Can you just go immediately to the whales? No, you can't. There's an obstacle in your way.
And here again, I think they use a little bit of cleverness and humor to move through this part of the plot line.
Well, they do. This is a clearly humorous part of the movie. I mean,
yes. Yeah. So there's actually some poignant moments in it as well. So I do like the part. This reminds me of Hello Computer, when he's like, how quaint, where our modern cutting edge stuff is like antiquated to them. Where he goes into the hospital and Bones is like, what do you have? And she's like, kidney dialysis. And he's like, dialysis?
And he has it in his pouch to handle that problem.
Dark Ages? And he goes, swallow this. And he just gives her this pill. And of course, later we see her and he's like, complete recovery. We don't know what happened. I love it. But Bones even, they had that little spat in the elevator and everything. And then they go in and there's a part where Jillian jumps on the gurney and they get in, they infiltrate that room.
Yeah.
I really like the exchange with Bones and the other doctor, because the doctor's holds his ground pretty well. The doctor's like, who are you people? What are you doing? What? And the doctor throws some medical.
Okay, he might hold his ground pretty well, but the other side of that I would say is that he's always saying the obvious.
Well, fair enough.
He does hold his ground. So yes, you're right. But on the other hand, even as a kid, I made fun of that doctor for always articulating the obvious.
Yeah, there's nothing. Well, he doesn't do anything surprising. I guess what I was saying is I appreciate his confrontational quality.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
For this reason, he's being confrontational with Bones, and he does throw some medical terms at him
in a professional environment.
In a professional environment, in front, he's like, we have to do this to relieve the pressure, which is the exact procedure for this issue in medical terms. And Bones is like, no, it's the artery must be repaired. So Bones comes back with his 23rd century medical knowledge and beats him. So it's kind of like a little face-off, which I always appreciate those things. And Scotty has a moment with that, with your, how much would it take to hold this much water? Has that with the other engineer. And here Bones has his little square off with another doctor. And then it's solved. The writer solves it with Kirk. Such unprofessional behavior. Into the closet. You're my hostage, which is obviously the most unprofessional that you could get. But how about Chekhov coming too? Right.
Well, but I guess that it's the, like when I'm talking about the doctor saying the obvious, once they go into the room and the lock is melted, he hits the lock with the laser gun. Like, that's obviously what's happened. But then the doctor goes, he melted the lock. so just,
I got you.
Always there. He in that scene, I always just felt like he always articulates the obvious.
That always makes me think of a scene from Rogue One that I laugh at it for the same reason. When Admiral Raddus goes, that Star Destroyer is disabled. Right. Remember that part?
Yeah, I feel like I'm always aware of that. And even in something like Maverick, when there's a character who is there to describe what is going on in case you're an idiot and are missing it, which cannot be discounted because, there's a lot of people who go watch movies. And in case you are missing what's going on, this person will articulate exactly what's going on. So I feel like that's what's going on when the doctor's like, he melted the lock. Yes,
Sable's right. The way he says it is, he melted the lock. Like he's all offended by it. And what's even funnier is, as angry and as enraged.
Right, yes. That's the attitude. Like as if that's something that you ordinarily encounter.
It's the rudest melting of a lock.
How dare he do that? Like, right. So that's why, I guess that's why that sticks out to me, because that's such a weird line. That, like, how dare he, when like that's not something you obviously do in 1986.
Yeah, you wouldn't even know what just happened.
He melted the lock.
Well, and what else is weird is right after this guy just goes silent, and he's been such a loose cannon in this room, and then all of a sudden it's like, you're a hostage, and he's like, he doesn't yell, "Hey, get us out of here,"
I do love when Chekhov comes back to rank Admiral. Okay.
Yeah, it's so that is very adorable in a way, that he gives the wrong rank because he's recognizing that his admiral came back for him. I thought that was really, really cool. And then of course the joke where they come out and he's like, but you came in with a she, and he's like, one slight mistake.
Yes.
And then, of course, we have another chase scene with another great scoring.
Yes. Yes.
I love the hospital chase. When I listen to the Star Trek 4 soundtrack, this one is the one that I always end up whistling the rest of the day. It just lodges itself in my head. This one's a little bit more like vaudevillian, almost like a march or like a waltz or something. But it's great, it works, and it's memorable, and it's really well written music, and it has a great progression of the escape timed with the music. They go into the elevator, and then the cops are like, freeze, and right when the music concludes in a very like theatrical way, the doors open and no one's in there, and then they're safely beaming just outside the bird of prey. That's a very well done sequence. I thought they did a good job.
So they beam out. No, they beam outside of the ship. Hang on, just 1 second. I'm gonna grab another drink.
Sure.
Articulate something. I'm grabbing another drink.
Well, this is and this was spoofed even in by Stewie in Family Guy. I think everyone's this line has kind of lived on a little bit too, where he's like, well, you can't come with us because you live here in the 20th century. Our next stop is the 23rd. And then he's like, all right, bye, Jillian. Thanks for everything. And he's like, all right, beam us up. And Jillian jumps on him, and she's like, surprise. I always got a kick out of that. There's a scene in Family Guy where Stewie does it, and he's like, surprise. And I'm like, oh, a Star Trek 4 reference. That's funny that they did that in Family Guy. But anyway, she gets onto the bird of prey again with Kirk. She's made up her mind. Her sacred fire is with these whales, and she is going to follow through with this all the way. And I kind of think, I wish Heath was here for this, but Kirk's dialogue here is kind of funny. He's like, "You tricked me," which I thought was the hokiest way to explain what she just did. I don't think she tricked him, but she obviously got her way. She got onto the ship again.
But wait, we have to talk about that. Okay. I was listening to what you're saying. So yes, that's what's going on. But the whole, so yes, that's going on. But even as a kid, and when I was talking to my mother about this and whatever, the scene where she jumps onto him, that's highly controversial. I mean, that's like a major part of this movie.
Yeah.
That she jumps onto him. And even my mother was like, she'd better be glad that she didn't rematerialize attached to him.
Oh, yeah. Hasn't she seen the movie The Fly?
Well, or we've already been through Star Trek, 1, where if this transporter malfunctions or something happens, I mean, like, you turn up screwed up and you die. Like, what happens when you jump into the middle of a transporter beam? Like, that scene is highly controversial to me, and has been even to my mother and for the family in general. That what happens when you jump onto somebody in the middle of transporting?
Yeah,
that's not a safe thing. In this movie, it happens to be okay. But like, instead of saying "you tricked me," Kirk should have been like, "Oh my God,
you're lucky.
The frack did you do? You never jump into the middle of a transporter beam, you idiot." We could have rematerialized, attached to each other, and organically attached to it one another.
Well,
whatever. What did you do?
You've seen The Fly, right? With Jeff Goldblum?
Yeah.
Star Trek 5 should have been Kirk slowly turning into Jillian.
So, Sable Phoenix says, I don't know what you were just saying, but Doug said, Sable Phoenix said, "Doug, you've really expanded the way I've looked at stories."
I really appreciate that. That's good because the more you can expand in looking and framing and understanding stories, the better. And if I've helped in any way, that's all I cared about when I wrote the book. And even in the Heroine's Labyrinth, I'm like, my main goal is to help other writers and people who love stories. That's why I wanted to write book 2 to my book, and instead I went nonfiction, which they say never do. It's like jumping on someone in the middle of a beam up. You never switch from fiction. You never go to nonfiction right after that. And I did just because I wanted to connect with other writers like on that exact level for a little bit more insight there. So I really appreciate that comment. So anyway, just don't cross the streams.
Don't cross the streams, right?
But so yeah, and then there's another tie-in on the theme with Spock on the illogical side, where they're like, "I'm going to guess," and he's like, "You, Spock? That's incredible."
I love that scene. Yes.
Yeah, it's great. And then even Bones' follow-up line where he's like, "Well, what he's saying is he feels more comfortable with your guesses than other people's facts." And I love that follow-up.
I love that line too.
That was really good. And then Spock, "Well, then I shall try to make the best guess I can." That's a very Spock answer. It was a very good characterization right there. Oh yeah, and then of course they get the frequency from Jillian.
Yeah, Jillian comes along and gives them the frequency,
which I thought is really clever that they explained how they're able to track the whale so fast. So the writer thought of that, and they were able to home in right away. And of course, for some last minute tension, there are some Norwegian whalers zeroing in on George and Gracie. And
you got to give a last final countdown clock.
Yes, and I appreciated it because again they mixed in some humor. So it's a pretty tense scene leading up to it. The music suggests the tension. They're flying through. They pass over. You can see on the view screen the whaler with the harpoon. It's a ticking clock again, and of course, the whaler, the harpoonist fires, and it hits the cloaked ship, And I absolutely love the bird of prey decloaking a few feet above this whaling ship. Because guys are like, oh, Jesus, like, get out of here.
Turn. You hear the bells going and stuff like
But
that.
what's funny, I always laugh because they're turning. Where are you going to go, bro?
Right, wait, yes. Right.
Like, they're like, go that way. But they're looking up. Like there's really nowhere to go. But it's enough to scare the shit out of the whalers. I guess that was the takeaway there. And they saved George and Gracie. And then, of course, the bird of prey has some scaling issues. Oh, interesting. I never thought about that. It should have dwarfed the size of the whaling ship.
In this scene, it's 3 times the size it was on Vulcan. Interesting.
Yeah, even in Star Trek 3, it looked comparable to the size of the Enterprise.
No, it's much smaller than the Enterprise. Because
I know it's smaller, but it looked comparable. Like it didn't look like a whaling vessel up against the Enterprise.
It's bigger here than it was on Vulcan. I'll have to pay attention to that. So I know what you're saying. I didn't think about that. That's very interesting, Sable Phoenix.
I'll have to look
think
at
about
that too.
Kind of thing. So that yes, we have scaling issues here. It's much bigger here than it would have been than it was on Vulcan.
Interesting.
Because it's not a big ship, because it only has a crew of like
there's only like half a dozen guys
like that. Yeah.
I think they only show 3 guys, but but it's actually a pretty great triumphant scene. Scotty tries to beam, and he warns, I've never tried to beam up that much water before. Yeah. He beams him up, and this is another line that my dad loves so much that, I kind of ended up like just loving this line by extension. Admiral, there will be whales here inside the bird of prey. And again, you have to appreciate the ridiculousness of all this, that Kirk and crew in a stolen Klingon ship go back in time and are now beaming whales up from 1986. It's ridiculous. Well,
it's better than going and getting a plant in 1986.
It is better than that. It is better than that. I'm just amazed that this was as entertaining and as how much it's endured as it has. It's really a testament to the writing and acting. But they get the whales, and there's another reference, classic Harv Bennett, where he quotes D.H. Lawrence with "Whales Weep Not" in that scene. I've consistently noticed that Harv Bennett has literature references throughout the trilogy of Star Trek 2, 3, and 4. So they was there anything that you wanted to add?
No.
Okay, well, they pretty much quickly return to the future. And I like how this was done better.
Very fast, yes.
Yeah, there's no Berkeley college student, montage for the time travel here. They come back into the future, and they're immediately greeted by this pulsing wave of the probe, which disables the ship. If I was going to be nitpicky, if they slingshot around the sun, they really did not establish that they were in Earth orbit, much less hovering over San Francisco. So it's very convenient that right when they come out of the loop of the sun, they fall right to the Golden Gate Bridge.
Good point. Yes,
I had some issues with that. I think the most time that's bothered me was the last time I watched it 2 days ago. I was like, they fell into San Francisco Bay when they came. I was like, man, that's
in
really
the entire
lucky.
place in our solar system.
Yeah, like that's. I mean, they just came out of the sun's gravitate anyway. But it's a cool scene. We're out of control and blind as a bat and all that, And they splash down, and Kirk has a pretty heroic scene by going underwater to save the whales.
Yeah. You have the Kirk underwater scene. Yep.
For whatever reason, I was always intrigued when he pulls that thing. These giant bubbles come up. I don't know if this was good detailing, but the ship had caught fire from the splashdown. Those bubbles are filled with smoke. And for whatever reason, I appreciated those big gray bubbles filled with smoke coming out of the water.
Yeah, I actually thought about the visible that a lot actually as a kid as well. So,
oh, yeah.
I yes.
Well, Kirk, he saves I also like he gives the order to abandon ship.
Abandon ship.
Very nautical. And the captain is the one who cannot follow that order. The captain is required to stay on board. He's supposed to be the last one. So he gives the order to abandon ship, and the captain stays. But he goes down and he saves the whales. And I like that. And then, of course, the whales, you'd think that they would have a longer conversation with this probe. It's resolved very quickly. But the one thing that I always laughed at here, and it was my childhood brain that captured this, and I can't shake it now. So the probe, well, there's a couple things. The probe inverts, and then the whale inverts, so that like they're trying to align somehow. And then after the probe pulls in that hollow globe, it's like the conversation's over. The probe's going to leave now, and then it goes,
Oh, okay.
Bye. I always hear bye bye in that last burn, burn, that double toot, that like double sound that the probe gives as it's about to leave. My childhood brain always registered that as bye bye. So now when I watch it, I hear the probe saying bye bye to the whales as a sign off.
It's almost like, but you're right. It's like, oh, you guys are still here. Oh, okay, you guys are here. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Are you guys here? Yeah, some guy brought us back. Everything's fine. You can go back.
There are still whales. We noticed that 300 years ago you just stopped communicating, but you are still here. Okay, thanks.
So,
all right.
Again, the plot is insane if you try to take it too seriously, and I think luckily the tone of the film prevents me from taking it too seriously. And the probe gets the message, says it's bye-bye, and then goes back to where it came from. Talk about a real waste of a trip. This species went for it there. And I also, and you have elements of the broken spell here, because the rapid restoration of the native culture is a feature of that. And you get that. It went from dark skies and hurricane overcast to blue skies and pleasant weather around Earth. And I appreciated that they all jumped into the water and were being very playful.
Yes, yeah.
And how Kirk pulls in Nimoy.
I was actually on this last watch through paying careful attention to the lighting of the whales celebrating and then them. And it's like, you could argue whether that's perfect or not, but it's bright in both cases.
Yeah,
so it's bright, and they obviously clearly made an attempt to make it bright and happy in both cases.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it was fun watching the whales breach and fall back into the ocean there. But the honeymoon part of the victory is over pretty quickly. And now Kirk has to, and this is interesting because they set all this up in the opening scenes of Star Trek 4. Kirk now has to answer for Star Trek 3, the search for Spock. He stole a ship, and it's interesting because, again, Harv Bennett frames this in terms of legal charges, where he's like conspiracy, theft, sabotage, willful destruction, disobeying the orders of
which ordinarily we might not consider in a movie.
Right.
What happened in the previous movie, we might ordinarily not consider that.
Right. So I think of this as part of that functionality. You know, this is a world where these people are accountable to higher powers. And of course, we will drop all the charges. And I was always intrigued by the one that they kept, except for one, disobeying a superior officer.
Well, we need to mention that Spock walks down.
Oh, yeah.
That Spock is not among the accused. All of them walk in. We got to mention that. And Spock walks down from another area to stand with everyone.
Yes, and there's a great quick dialogue exchange. Spock, you are not accused.
You're not accused.
I stand with my crewmates.
And that's a fantastic. It's not completely clear what it means because it may not be assuming all of the guilt, but the standing. I was thinking about that as I was watching that I'm going to stand because I'm going to at least be here. And then he says, "Well, at least okay, then." He says something like "as you wish" or something like that. That at least he recognizes that because of their sacrifice, I'm going to be here with them.
I will stand amongst them.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's ambiguous, but it's extremely important.
yeah, I like that. I thought that was a good character moment for Spock. And then and thanks for pointing that out. That's a pretty important moment. But the president drops 8 of the charges, and in lieu of current events, which is usually
He does say in respect of current events, we're going to drop that.
And he says, except for one, disobeying a superior officer, which he says will be aimed squarely at Admiral Kirk. Then he goes, as a result, your punishment is to be demoted to captain, which is what Kirk always wants, which is a very nice way to tie that up without he's not completely off the hook.
It's a way to punish him, but not punish him.
Yes. Oh, exactly. A non-punishment in punishment terms. And there's 2 other nice resolutions here. One, Jillian, Kirk has a good line. As they say on Earth in your time, I don't even have your telephone number. She's like, who knows about whales? Who else is a marine biologist? And that's a good justification for her participation in the 23rd century. She'll be watching George and Gracie for the rest of her life. I mean, what a dream for her.
Right.
That now she'll be working with these whales forever. And then there's a great moment of resolution between Spock and Sarek.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
In fact, when I was thinking about it, it's really a resolution to Star Trek 1 and the original series, or even the space of time between the original series and Star Trek 1. Because Sarek is like, I originally opposed you joining Starfleet. So Sarek wanted the Kolinar for Spock, which Star Trek 1, Spock rejects. So Sarek obviously would be displeased with Spock's decision. And it's interesting the way Sarek words it. He doesn't say, I'm happy you joined Starfleet. He says, I was wrong about your friends. These are people of great character. And I think that is Sarek's fatherly way to say, I approve of you as my son and all of your decisions and the people you work with on a daily basis. That's an atonement with father.
It is. Absolutely. My problem with that line is that Spock is not enlisted in Starfleet. He's an officer.
Oh, really?
So that's because I love this. I love this for all the reasons you're articulating.
That's a writing mistake.
The thing that sticks out to me is that he says, I opposed your enlistment into Starfleet. And I went, he didn't enlist into Starfleet because he's not an enlisted personnel. He's an officer.
Well, did he start with an enlistment?
Well, I don't know.
Oh,
but
okay.
That sticks out to me because, like, with the distinction between enlisted personnel, which is admittedly kind of weird. I mean, weird in Star Trek. But he says that I opposed your enlistment into Starfleet, and I went. And what it always comes out in my mind is that Spock is not enlisted. He's an officer.
Huh. Interesting.
So that's what I think of. So I wish there had been some way to change that because I love the scene for all the reasons you were describing because I think it works. But I think when he says, I opposed your enlistment into Starfleet, maybe there's some technical reason why, yes, maybe he did enlist and then join the officer corps or something like that. But Spock is an officer. And so he should have had some other line. Yeah.
Well,
but that's a technicality. I mean, it's a technicality.
But writers have to pay attention to that. So it still counts. But the scene resolves Star Trek 1.
No. So Sable Phoenix says, no, he had to enlist first and then work his way into it. No. I mean, not in the current military. I mean, no. Like, you can go.
Can you explain that? Because I'm not as clear on it yet either. I'm intrigued by your.
Well, like, for instance, the lowest level enlisted rank, if you just go out of high school and you say, I want to join the Army, you're going to be a private. Right.
Can you work your way up to captain?
No.
Oh.
If you haven't gone to college.
Oh, so you enlist. So is the enlistment a period of time where you get only up so high?
Well, we have, like, who is the highest? Okay, let's check this out. Like, the highest enlisted
what is it, a
rank
sergeant
in the Army
or a lieutenant? Maybe no lieutenant.
No. And lieutenant is so sergeant major of the Army
Okay,
is
sergeant
the
major is an
highest
enlisted.
enlisted rank in the highest enlisted rank. So Google is
So
telling me
enlisted
that
means you're not you're not participating in the
you are not an
bureaucracy.
officer.
Right, you're not participating in the bureaucracy. You're enlisting purely to fight. You'll move up in rank from private to sergeant, and the highest you can go is
Sergeant major of the
major.
Army. The highest enlisted rank is according to, as I'm just
So to
Googling
go
right
any
here.
higher, you're no longer enlisted. You become a non-commissioned officer. Or
No,
not
no,
non-commissioned.
no. You can be non-commissioned and be enlisted. In order to be
Okay.
commissioned, if you're a commissioned officer, like if you're a commissioned officer in the Army, then your lowest rank is lieutenant.
Okay, so right, this is a naval structure.
Yeah.
So
So
once you're
so in the
enlisted-
naval structure, it would be oh wait, why can't I call this?
So if you want to become a lieutenant, you never enlist. You join as in the officer corps.
right.
So like in the movie Platoon.
Okay,
the
so
lieutenant, he was from
ensign.
Ohio
I'm sorry.
State.
So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm drawing blanks here. The lowest officer rank in the Navy is ensign.
Ensign.
Right. So if
then
you
yeoman,
come
right?
in, you will be an ensign. If you join the Navy as an officer, your lowest rank is ensign.
Okay.
So like I said, it's a small point. It's a small point, but I wouldn't think that Spock would have been. On the other hand, it's true that
does
also
the word
Gene
enlist-
Roddenberry said that he thought the reason that in the original Star Trek that he used all officer ranks was because he didn't think that anybody in Starfleet would not have a college education. So
Okay.
he used all officer ranks in Starfleet, saying that, okay, when you come in, of course, in the 22nd century or 23rd century or whatever it is, everyone will be college educated. So everyone will be an officer.
So the word enlist has the whiff of rank and file, blue collar.
Right. Yeah. And so that's why that's weird to me. And it's a minor point. It's a minor point. But it does stick out to me when he says you enlisted. And I think that Spock probably never enlisted in Starfleet. He probably joined the officer corps.
Interesting. I guess I never really understood that before. I didn't understand. I read a lot of military books. I just didn't understand how that system worked. That's good. That's really good to know. And I think you're right. The word enlist would carry a whiff, would smack of, what's the word? Unspecialized labor, not educated officer material.
Right. Okay. So wait a minute. So here we go. Okay. So U.S. Enlisted ranks. So U.S. enlisted naval ranks. You come in as and arguably in Star Trek in general, we have not seen enlisted ranks enough. We see them later when Chief O'Brien, like in Star Trek, Star Trek: The Next Generation, right? And Chief O'Brien.
Yeah, Next Generation.
Yeah, Chief O'Brien. So that's an enlisted rank.
Oh,
so you do see that he's not an officer; he's in the enlisted rank. So the list of the United States Navy ranks: seaman recruit, seaman apprentice, seaman, petty officer first class, petty officer third class, petty officer third class, petty officer first class, chief petty officer, senior chief petty officer. Those are your enlisted ranks. Whereas if you are an officer, then your first rank is ensign.
So let me get, and I think I'm explaining this for the chat too, because I think I'm just now wrapping my head around this. So there's two ways to come into the Army. You enlist as a soldier who's going to do the rank and file, boots on the ground work, or you come into the Army as an educated officer corps intended to be an officer, and you start as an officer and move your way up. An enlisted person will only go so far.
That is correct.
Okay.
So like for instance, now I didn't choose to do this, but if you in the United States, if you join the Army out of high school, once you go through boot camp, you will be a private.
Right, but
okay.
Some kids go to like West Point and are immediate officer material.
Right. And so if you graduate from West Point, as soon as you graduate from West Point in your college, you are a lieutenant.
Okay, that's
But
what I thought.
if
That's
you
why
join the Army as a lieutenant, as an ensign, you will never be a lieutenant.
Right. So that's why there's always this tension with the lieutenant and the grunts.
Right. Except for that, we have that thing called a battlefield commission, and you see that in some stories, like the story about oh God, the one about the U.S. World War II story about the Pacific, because if you get a battlefield commission. If you're enlisted and you get a battlefield commission, you will become a lieutenant because you got a commission to be an officer. And that's why they say that you're not going to be allowed to stay with your own unit.
Okay.
Because you're now going to be an officer, but you had been with them as enlisted, so you're not going to be an officer
You'll be
in your own
reassigned
unit.
to a whole new.
You're going to be sent someplace else. So congratulations, that's a huge deal. You got a battlefield commission, you're now a lieutenant. But you're not going to stay with the unit that you were with.
So that's why the enlisted men always hate the lieutenant because he's
lieutenant, right?
College guy,
right?
Burton.
And there is such a good. I think it's in. What? God, I can't even think now. I've had too much to drink. But with the World War II, that was not. No, it's Band of Brothers. Right. Band of Brothers shows that because they are fighting, and then a new lieutenant comes in because he just graduated from West Point.
Oh, immediate
and so
there.
He has no combat experience whatsoever. Like, I mean, he is a lieutenant. And so that's why all of these like sergeants and things like that who have been through a battle and whatever are looking at him like, wait, what a minute. What are you talking about?
Wow.
Why am I supposed to take orders from you? You just got out of school and now you're supposed to, and I have been fighting for 2 years.
Yeah.
And that kind of conflict that happens.
Well, that explains the tension between the Colonial Marines and Lieutenant Gorman. How many combat drops? And he's like, 2. And also in the movie Platoon, they have that lieutenant who just graduated at Ohio State, remember? And they're all like battle-hardened Vietnam veterans. And this guy's like, hey, fellas, you hanging out? And he just takes like one drink of beer and then he leaves. And he's like, oh, God, this is like D-bag. So that explains that sort of college boy prep school feel of the lieutenant versus the, army crawling through the mud of the enlisted men.
Right. And so many movies contrast that.
Interesting.
Because Kronos is saying commissioned. If you are commissioned, that means you are an officer. That if and contrasting that, and so this is we've gotten way off point. But I mean, it sticks out to me because of that reason that he says I oppose your, and it could be just him speaking loosely. That's probably what it is. I imposed your enlistment into Starfleet, but I was like probably. Spock did not enlist in Starfleet.
He's
joined the officer corps, and so his father is probably speaking loosely, and that's why I give it. But it still seems weird. That's why I say that seems weird to me when he says.
Well, yeah, I could see that, but it's a writer's job to catch that and to write something that should make sense. That still counts. You gotta say. He should have said, "I opposed you joining Starfleet."
Right. Yes, or going to the academy, because that's what would happen if you go to Starfleet Academy. Because we've talked, Starfleet Academy is something that's established. So if you go to Starfleet Academy, when you graduate Starfleet Academy, what should you be? An ensign, because you've graduated in the officer ranks. You are now an officer in the Starfleet.
Wow,
which makes you in command of the enlisted ranks,
right?
Assuming there are enlisted ranks, unless, like, this is the weird part, then unless you're talking about George Lucas's thing that, like, hey, in the future, everyone goes to college. There are no enlisted ranks. So the lowest rank, we don't have privates, right? Because, everyone goes to college. So that's weird. But I don't know. I'm just saying that was weird. That sticks out to me. I would have used a different word than enlisted there.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, just and I'm very sensitive to word choice, but just getting back to the in order to wrap it up, this one scene, it did bring some resolution to some tension from Star Trek 1. It brought some resolution to Star Trek 3, all of that. And then also when he says, "Tell Mom I feel fine," that brings resolution to the plot line and theme they introduced at the beginning.
Now see, all of that is so great.
Yeah.
Because that's such a stupid thing to say. Do you have a message for Mother? Yes. Tell her I feel fine. That's a dumb thing to say, except for it communicates everything.
Yeah, it resolves that entire theme,
exactly.
which really was Spock's arc. How do you go from the logical genius to someone who makes an illogical decision when the time calls for it, and to accept your feelings? That was Spock's arc in this, and it was a great one. I think they made a mistake in Star Trek 5 to continue to go with the comedy side of Spock when technically, if you understand his arc in 4, he's moved back. We don't get to see Spock fully restored until Star Trek 6, and he is great in Star Trek 6.
I love Star Trek 6.
Yes,
I love Star Trek 6. I can't wait to talk about Star Trek 6 because I love Star Trek 6.
I know you want to talk about it.
I know I do.
But yeah, and then the final resolution, and because Star Trek 4 wraps up a lot, like we just said with Spock just alone, but also Kirk is restored to captain. And then in the final scene, they don't know what ship they're going to get. The 1701A is unveiled at the end. They get another version of the Starship Enterprise. So Kirk's the captain, the Enterprise is back, Spock is back, everything's back to normal by the end of Star Trek 4. It's quite a resolution.
It is the completion of the arc of 3 movies.
Totally.
It does that. And so, yes, so you go out there. Sulu even says something about the Excelsior. I hope we get the Excelsior, which ultimately he's going to get that.
Yes,
so he gets that. And the Excelsior is there, and they have to fly over it. And then they see this.
Yeah, they're like, what kind of a ship? I hope we don't get a freighter or something.
We're going to get a freighter or whatever.
That's what Sulu's like, I'm counting on the Excelsior, which is, you're right. It's great because he does end up to be the captain of the Excelsior, and he's great in that role. Again, in Star Trek 6. So anyway, they really wrapped it up with Star Trek 4, and they did something unusual. During the credits, I noticed they used still shots of different parts of the movie during the rolling of the credits.
Well, wait a minute. So we see the Enterprise A, and then all of a sudden, I mean, that is a big moment.
Yes,
and all of a sudden, that's huge. I want to say, James says skip 5. No way. No, we're going to talk about 5. We're going to talk about 5. I love 6. Sable says The Undiscovered Country is the best Star Trek movie.
It's so good.
I do love it. And we're going to talk about that. I've got a lot to say about that because it is the quintessential movie that goes with story over plot, because its plot makes no sense. But its
plot's better than Star Trek 4, though. If you know, in a lot.
Okay, I'll have to think about that. But what I would say is that Star Trek 6 brings together the story in a big way, although its plot is ridiculous.
Yeah, and
but
to be fair,
that in a big way. But we're not going to skip 5 because I have things to say about that.
Yeah, so 5 has things to say, and there are some good things in Star Trek. There are a couple great things about Star Trek 5 that I'm thinking of right off the top of my head. But I wanted to say my favorite Star Trek is Star Trek 2. It's the one that is the most entertaining to me. It's the one that I love. I love the villain. I love the battles. I love everything about Star Trek 2. My second favorite is Star Trek 6.
It's the 6. Okay, so we got a lot. We're going to say that's going to be an epic discussion. That's going to be an epic discussion.
Yeah,
it'll probably be 8 hours long.
No, and I've always known that you have a lot to say about Star Trek 6.
Yeah, and I've been holding it. Yeah, I've been holding it.
I can't wait to get there.
But now I want to say that when you cut to them on the bridge of the A.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably the worst bridge we've seen.
Really?
I hate that bridge.
Oh, I got to take a look at it.
And because they don't continue to use it. That whatever they show, and that's why I think that's probably why later they start to develop the idea that bridges are modular and you can take one bridge out and put another bridge in, because what you see what they are standing on at the end of this is not what you see in Star Trek V. The bridge at the end of the A sucks. That's probably the worst bridge. Maybe I should put together a video on what are the best bridges of all of the starships across all of the TV shows and movies. What you see here sucks.
Interesting. Yeah, I've never paid attention to bridges like you have. And I when you talk about them and you start pointing things out, what I've done is like you tend to notice stuff in the background, which is I have rewatched Star Treks and fast forwarded just to points to see what you're talking about. And it's always amazing me because I'm like, oh my God, I've never noticed that. I've watched these movies 1,000 times.
The best bridge of all Star Trek.
6?
No, is 7.
Generations?
Oh. Right. Because so now I love the bridges in other places, but the best bridge of all starships is Generations, because they tear the USS Enterprise E apart and they rebuild the USS Enterprise E for Generations. And they rebuild it as if it were actually a Galaxy class starship command center. So instead of just having padded walls along the side, they put in all of the like command centers with extras and stuff like that who are manning that. So even though I'm not a huge fan of Star Trek 7 Generations, and we'll talk about that because you've asked to go to Generations, so we may have to go to Generations. So I'm not a fan of that movie overall, but I am saying that the best bridge of all was the bridge as it was depicted in Generations, because they actually had the budget to add in extras and more command centers. So when they walk on the bridge of the Enterprise E in Generations, it actually, to me, looks like it's a command center of a Galaxy class starship for the first time.
Interesting.
And so I'm not a big fan of that movie. We'll talk about that because I know we may have to go to that one. That may be the last Star Trek movie that we do, because I know because you've asked to do it. So we may go to 7.
Well, I said that I would like not Generations, but First Contact. I thought had some was a deep first.
You want to go to First Contact?
Well, I didn't like Generations.
Okay.
I've only seen it once. But First Contact is the only Next Generation Star Trek movie that I liked. It's the only one. And it's not great, but there's a lot that I like. I'll rewatch it. It's one of the only ones I can rewatch.
Well, no. Okay. So did I say something wrong? Because Sable says, I still love the Enterprise D bridge the best, despite it being ridiculously spacious. No, it totally is. And I'm saying that I think that the Generations interpretation of that bridge is the best.
Okay.
But otherwise, because I love the more military versions of the bridge. That's why I love it. Looks like, if you're on a submarine and it looks like, because like the carpet and stuff like that, you shouldn't be walking on carpet.
Totally.
You're working on like whatever. So but
yeah, in fact, in most militaries, they strip out comfort just so that they don't want you comfortable in military settings. They want you uncomfortable and alert and not worried about that.
Did I accidentally say E? Because I meant D, because E is the sovereign class.
Right.
Did I
think
E? Because I meant E if I had actually said that. But yeah, the I love the interpretation of the Enterprise as a submarine. I have been thinking about the Enterprise and Star Trek as the Coast Guard a lot more. Somebody brought that up because of this discussion, because people have been talking about because I had said that I love the interpretation of Starfleet as the Navy. And I think that somebody in the comments and everything else had said, well, no, it's because Gene Roddenberry had interpreted Starfleet as the Coast Guard. And I've actually thought a lot about that in the intervening weeks. And then okay, no, wait a minute, because I really love the Starfleet is the Navy approach. But on the other hand, when I think about Starfleet as the Coast Guard, that also makes sense for a lot of it. Like when I'm looking back at Star Trek, the original series and things like that, and I'm like, well, no, I can see that. I can totally see that as an interpretation. Like I said, I like the interpretation of Starfleet.
Well, the rescue of like the Kobayashi Maru
Yeah.
is very Coast Guard like.
But there is a lot of that in that, and even in the original series, where I'm like, oh, I totally could see that as Starfleet is the Coast Guard. I could totally see that.
Yeah, I think Navy. I feel like Navy works better.
But I love the approach of the Navy, so that's what I'm going with.
I think
I do enjoy.
There, yeah,
I see that interpretation when people bring that up. So I do see it. Yeah.
Gotcha. That's interesting. Yeah, and there's a case there. I mean, for sure. But anyway, yeah. I mean, Star Trek 4, man. I like I said, when I was a kid, Star Trek 4 was my number one. It has slid down. I don't know. It may have slid down to quite a ways. Not so much because it's bad or it's gotten worse. I feel like I've appreciated the depth of other Star Treks more, which has elevated other Star Treks. It really hasn't been that Star Trek 4 has dropped. It's been that other ones have gone up.
Well, it's so difficult. Like, an easy thing to do for the purposes of YouTube would say, okay, let's rank 1 to 4.
It's hard to do.
But it's hard to do, and it's also, I think, not legitimate. Because we've said Star Trek 1 we love for its own reasons.
Totally.
And it is from, I think, a different era of filmmaking.
It's an orphan of the whole Star Trek world.
It comes from something different. It comes from the era of filmmaking that was something like 2001: A Space Odyssey. It is its own thing. It comes from a different era. So to kind of judge it, like, do you like Star Trek 1 better or we could do that on a very superficial level. But on the other hand, we have reasons why that movie is so important and what that movie was trying to say and what it does.
There's so many times where when I'm in a certain mood, there's no better mood. I have to be in a certain mood when it's late, and I'll put on like Star Trek 4 or Blade Runner, or Blade Runner is pretty easy for me to get into the mood for. But Star Trek 1, there's a certain mood I have to be in. But when I'm in that mood, it scratches that itch so perfectly. And then when it's weird, once I'll watch it, like I'll even watch part of it again the next day. Like sometimes Star Trek 1, I get a craving for it,
So I feel like it's not fair to rate it among 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, well, you've almost got like Stanley Kubrick like scenes in Star Trek 1, and you don't get any of that in the other ones. Yeah. So, Blade Runner is the mood. I agree, James.
Okay. James says Blade Runner is the mood. What an incredible film.
Yeah. Dude, by the way, if you haven't, you have to rewatch Blade Runner in 4K. It blew me the beep away. It is one of the best 4K adaptations I've seen. It's better than I ever remember seeing it. Everything looks so crisp. It almost looked like it was filmed for now. The visual effects hold up even better than they did. Some movies they age as the resolution gets better. Sometimes the effects break down. No, not with Blade Runner. Blade Runner looks like it was filmed for 4K, and it's taken us 40 years to finally see it the right way. I couldn't believe how good it looked.
Interesting.
It's amazing.
So So I still have to say, Star Trek 1 is its own standalone kind of thing that we appreciate.
100%. Yeah, it's hard to compare it to the other Star Treks because the characters were a little different in a way. The mood and tone was a little different. I've actually heard that Star Trek 1 is the most Gene Roddenberry of all the Star Treks.
Yeah, I can totally see that.
Whereas Star Trek 2, 3, and 4 is really 80s Hollywood. This was Hollywood in its science fiction villain action heyday, and Star Trek was a part of that, and they nailed what they were going for with those 3 films. Star Trek 5 is kind of in that tradition, but poorly executed, and from what I understand, in production, no budget and a lot of problems in the production.
Well, that's why I want to talk about Star
Yeah.
Trek 5 in detail, because we're going to talk about when we go to Star Trek 5. Star Trek 5 was the first one I saw in theaters.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Star Trek 5 was the first time I read the novel before I saw the movie. I remember I was at like Walden Books or something in 1988 or whatever. And Star Trek: The Final Frontier, I remember there was a paperback book before the movie came out. And I was so excited. I was going to read the novel and I was going to know what was coming up in the movie before the movie came out. And I read the whole thing, and reading it as a boy, fresh off Star Trek 2, 3, and 4, Star Trek at its best. I just saw the best in this novel. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to be the greatest movie of all time. Oh my God, Spock's brother's in it. Like, my head I imagined the story perfectly. And then what I saw, I was like, oof. Oof.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. Well, we will have to talk about that more, because I don't think it was the first movie I saw in theaters. There may have been others.
I saw Star Trek 2 in the theaters.
You saw Star Trek 2 in theaters.
Yes.
You're a little bit older than I am.
So I was born in 1976.
Okay.
So I remember Star Trek 2 is what taught me about Roman numerals. My dad was pulling up to the theater, and it said Star Trek 11. And I was like, Star Trek 11? I was like, he's like, no, it's Roman numerals. It means 2. And I was like, that's so dumb. They should just put a 2. I remember as a kid being really offended by the use of Roman numerals for movies. But I saw Empire Strikes Back at the theaters. The first movie I ever saw, the first movie I was in attendance for was Star Wars: A New Hope. My dad.
Oh, you saw the original Star Wars in theaters?
No. Well, there's an asterisk there.
Oh, okay.
I was 18 months old. My dad brought me into the theater and watched it. So I can't say that I was like, oh, cool. I have no memory of it. And he said I was pretty fussy on the second half of it. But I was at the theater for Star Wars, the original, but I don't really remember. In fact, I don't remember movies at all until Empire Strikes Back. I remember going to see Empire Strikes Back, and I remember my dad loved it. He was hanging out with a man who is a professional movie critic. And they got into this huge debate over whether or not Empire Strikes Back was good or bad, because at the time it ended on a cliffhanger, and we stuck around and watched the movie start again. It's the first and only time I think I've ever done that, where the credits ended, they cleaned the theater. My dad's like, just stay right here. We're not moving. And we sat there, and the movie started again, and we rewatched the opening, and then we left. So it's kind of cool. Yeah.
I'm going to recheck myself and all the dates and things like that. But I know that Star Trek 5 I saw in the theater. And so I was obsessed with it. I remember being obsessed with it.
Oh, really?
Because like I said, I don't think it was the first movie I ever saw in a theater.
But it captured your imagination.
Stuff like that. But like, okay, it's Star Trek. You want to go see a movie? We're going to the theater. It was Star Trek 5. And I remember being like, oh my God, that was Star Trek.
Yeah.
Because that was the first one that I saw in theater. I remember making we'll probably bring this up again when we actually cover Star Trek 5 next time. But I remember making a flip book, like an animated flip book.
Oh, really?
About people shooting each other with phasers because of Star Trek 5.
Oh, cool. So it really got you.
Yeah. Because I remember like, Star Trek 5. So we'll talk about its problems and everything that goes along.
We will.
With Star Trek
I will say that I've watched it maybe like a year ago. I rewatched Star Trek 5, and I remember liking it just a little bit more than I remember.
Yeah. Well, I want to also talk about it in the context of the director's commentary, because that one was directed by William Shatner.
That was, and he really got the shaft.
And he got the shaft on that. And so I remember, so there's several different layers that we'll go through on that movie. The first is that when I remember watching it and being like, oh my God, this is the first time I've ever seen it. Oh my
You're
God,
part of it.
Star Trek. Oh my God, this is freaking fantastic. And then, okay, then the next layer is, okay, wait a minute, what is this? Maybe this isn't so good. And then another layer is understanding William Shatner's commentary. That's like what we were trying to do.
Yes. Yep.
And what we were unable to do because of time and or budget. Budget was a big one. So so it's another one that I appreciate more when I understand William Shatner talking about the realities of making the film. Because it's not something that's like, I think this sucks. It's not like he said, this is freaking awesome. He's like, I also think that sucked.
Yeah,
we had no money to do that, so I just had to put that. So that makes it more humanized.
100%. I was much more sympathetic when I heard all the stuff about it, and we can get into it. But it's also one of the only Star Treks where ILM was not involved. So it's weird. He described some of the bargain basement, visual effects companies they use. And Jesus, it really made me respect ILM because it's noticeably inferior, those shots.
I remember that, and in fact, I'll watch it again before we go over Star Trek V. But yeah, you're right. I remember him saying that we went with like this special effects company, and so we were looking at this, and they were unable to deliver. That what we got back was just not something that was good enough. But we had to go with something or whatever. Yeah,
and
I
it's
remember
so evident. Like, in fact, it's instant pleasure for me seeing the Enterprise on screen, moving through space, seeing it come at you, seeing it with its lights on, front on, from the side, over the top, the hull, the different colored, gray and white panels, the way the light hits it. It's instant pleasure seeing the USS Enterprise in a film, except in Star Trek V. I think there's two shots of the Enterprise that I still love, and I'm like, there's the Enterprise. Everything else, I'm like, well, that looks like a model.
And it's also because in Star Trek V, and we will talk about this when we get to Star Trek V. This is the appendix and addendum to this movie. Like we're talking about that, but one of the weird things in Star Trek V is that Star Trek V is going to have the Enterprise as something they have to fight.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. That's true.
Because there's an idea of it not being ready and whatever, even in Star Trek 1. But by the time you get to Star Trek 5, it's something that you actively have to fight.
Yeah.
And that's a weird thing, that the Enterprise is supposed to be your ally when you're on board. I mean, the Enterprise
it's always been the good guy. Yeah. Yeah, it is funny being on the other side of it. Now you know why the Klingons were so concerned. But anyway, yeah, man.
Right.
I thought this was a great conversation about
Star Trek. I did too.
Star Trek 4 is just a fun Star Trek. Like you said, if you take the plot intellectually, you'll make yourself miserable. And not every movie can get away with that. If you don't do a better job plotting, usually you're going to pay the price. You're going to pay the price, and the story will collapse, and it won't endure at all. And it'll be a bad movie. This one did not suffer those consequences, and I think it's because it was still written well, particularly the dialogue and the characterization, and then the actors pulling off what would be otherwise ridiculous lines. I think it really did save this movie.
I think you're right. I agree with that. That otherwise it wouldn't have worked, but it does work.
It does. I watched it again I watched it Sunday night actually, and thoroughly entertained. I was so entertained, particularly when they go back in time and everything. And I was like, this movie holds it. Like, it holds up. It holds my attention. It's very Star Trek. It's really Kirk. It's really Spock. I feel like I'm watching.
That is a great point. The characterization of the main characters, is very solid. That is an excellent point.
Right, because like today when you watch movies, you're like, is that really Luke Skywalker? Is that really Indiana Jones?
Well, right. Or this is about, wasn't that special effects sequence fantastic or not? But
right, did the CGI hold up?
And then here is this battle scene or something like that. They don't have that in this, but they make sure that your main characters, Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, are your main characters. Although also going down to Scotty and Chekhov, but your main characters do deliver in this movie. That's a great point.
They do deliver, and it's Kirk. Kirk's one of my heroes. Spock is one of my. Kirk gets all the glory, but Spock is one of my heroes. Bones and all those guys, that whole crew is are heroes of mine. And I feel like I got to watch an entertaining movie with my heroes who came through and they did it in the most entertaining way possible. So, I love Star Trek. Star Trek 4, I love it. It's a fun
All
one.
right. All right. Well, where can people find you, Doug? Where do they go, Doug?
My website, douglasaburton.com. It's about to get an overhaul for the new book. But that's really where you can find me. I also do have a following on Facebook. I usually post once or twice a day there, and usually it's a pop culture post, and I just have make a joke and have a little fun there, and usually go back and forth for just something to do every day.
Is
So
that
if you go to
Douglas A. Burton on Facebook?
Douglas A. Burton on Facebook as author, like an author page, you'd follow, and you could talk to me there. And I'm active on it every day, so I usually comment with people daily there. So.
All right. Well, this is my main social media, so please like and subscribe here. Although I've been working on some social media platforms for some other specific things like Rabavania and stuff. But really, if you're here, please do like and subscribe here.
The Geekverse
is going to be back. The Geekverse is right here. This is the place to be.
Awesome.
All right. Well, all right. Then, so next Tuesday, we're going to be going into Barbie Deep.
That's going to be a heavyweight.
That's going to be a heavy one. We'll go into Star Trek 5 later, like 2 weeks, something like that. But next Tuesday in a week, we're going to go into Barbie Deep.
Man,
Very
with
deep.
Cameron and Brianna. That's going to be
Cameron and Brianna, right? So this is not going to be a discussion of culture wars or anything like that. We're going to be talking about story structure. We're going to be talking about screenwriting. We're going to be talking about script. We're going to be going in deep. That is going to be happening in a week. And Sable Phoenix says liking the stream is the moral thing to do. So if you're watching us live, or if you're watching us on replay, we really appreciate it.
But I have to correct Sable. It is not the moral thing to do. It is the human thing to do.
It is the human thing to do. All right. Okay. Everybody, I will see you guys in the morning. There's some kind of UFO thing going on in the morning in the U.S. Congress. Are you following that, Doug?
No.
Okay, there's some kind of hearing that's starting tomorrow, so we're going to be following UFOs. Maybe there are aliens. We will be finding out personally. I think there are no aliens. I think there are no aliens, but we're going to be talking about that. And so tomorrow, the U.S. Congress or U.S. Senate hearings about UFOs and aliens occur. So that's probably what we're going to be talking about tomorrow in the morning grind. But I'm thinking no aliens, but there is a major hearing tomorrow. So we will see. So we'll talk about that. All right. Later, everybody. Good night.
All right. Good night, guys. You guys are great. I love this chat. I mean,